Still see all the derby from the merchandise area and the bar. So I don't know what any of you on the other side of the track are doing. I mean, those are really good spots to be seeing stuff as well. I can't fault you. Maybe you already hit up the merchandise tables. Maybe, yeah, I know, right? When will he shut up, Cordova? He will never. Can't stop, won't stop, at least until John confirms that the audio is good on the stream. John, please. John, I thought you were good at this. I'm sorry, that was rude. You are amazing at this. Yeah.
The one thing.
The one thing. Nobody pays me for anything. I'm pretty sure I paid to do this.
Do you want some
No. Ice cream? I would love. No, I'm good. I'm good on ice cream, though. I'll have some later. I appreciate you, Rat. God, I'm so glad that. How ca- I actually I well, all right. Let's all right. Cool. Multiple tests at once. We're just gonna walk and talk. Yeah. Got to air out the microphone. Yeah. I'm impressed. We're pretty far from the receiver. It's still going. Oh boy, I see alligator and assassinate. Oh my God, they're not listening to me though. So the microphone. Wow, am I going to be able to get all the way across the track from the receiver and have the microphone still work? Oh, I'm announcing from the stands. That's it. Game over, man. Game over.
Track from the receiver and have the microphone
maybe
still
I'll
work?
run to the top
I'm announcing from the
of
stands.
the bleachers
That's it.
and fall and hurt myself.
Game over, man. Game
no,
over.
I will
Track from the receiver
endeavor
and
to
have the
not do
microphone
that.
still
Maybe
work?
John looks like he's
I'm
still
announcing
trying
from the
real
stands.
hard to
That's
make
it.
the audio
Fall and
work
hurt
over
myself.
there.
Game over, man. Game
no,
over.
I
From the
will
receiver and have the
endeavor to not do
microphone
that.
still
Maybe
work?
John looks like he's
I'm
still
announcing
trying
from the
real
stands.
hard to
That's
make
it.
the audio
Fall and
work.
hurt
But hey, the
myself.
good
Game over,
news is
man.
Stretch
Game
is
over.
pretty
From the
solid
receiver and have the
microphones.
microphone.
I'm
Maybe
surprised that we're like
John
all
looks
the
like
way
he's
on
still
here. The sound coverage is pretty decent, right?
Well, it's about that time. We are 3 minutes out from the very first game of Udder Chaos 2023.
Welcome, sports fans!
Woo! It is very good to be back here playing roller derby in Madison at Udder Chaos. This is the first time, of course, from the before times that we are back. We are also streaming live online. Tell your friends who can't be here if they're looking for it. They can head to Madison Roller Derby's YouTube channel to find the live stream. And today, I'm Hammer Abby.
And I'm Assassinate, and we'll be announcing this first bout. We're in the rotation of announcers for this weekend.
Yeah, and we're going to be watching Minnesota Roller Derby taking on the Black Rose Rollers, Minnesota Roller Derby out of St. Paul,
That's
Minnesota.
Right. And the Black Rose Rollers out of Hanover, PA. Yeah.
All right, so we're going to give you a quick rundown of who's on the roster for each team before we get going here. I'll start us off with Minnesota Roller Derby, the Minnesota All-Stars, currently ranked 7th in the Northeast region of North America. We got number 112, Whoopsie Daisy. 1128, Poisonberry Pie. 14 is Breezus. 1618, Centripetal Force. Number 18 is Boo Boo. 187 is Lexicutor. 229, Sodium Fine. Love a rhyme. 29, Killer Bee. 34 is Pretty Rackless. 616 is Bizquick. 651, Chip a Tooth. 69, A Mandalorian. Nice. 86, Wax Poetic. 89, Fanny Smack. Number 90, The Alt Today, Shadow. 981, Dougie. And 99 is Anti-Fascism, which I am very much in favor of.
Yes, as am I. Skating in white today is the Black Rose Rollers, the Black Rose All-Stars from out of Hanover, PA. They are currently ranked 12th in their region. They are number 101, Jackie Treehorn. Number 123, Bacon for Mercy. Number 1760, Biohazard. Number 202, Tiger. Number 22, Jen Hex. Number 229, Sparky. Number 237, Red Rum. Number 282, Dash Ketchum. Number 337, Susan Sherramdam. Number 352, Olive Havoc. Number 36, Meanie. Number 64, Cruzella. Number 825, Rotten to the Corey. Number 83, Grit and Barrett. Number 84, Phoenix. And number 86, PTSD.
Oh, here we go. And we are off to the races. That is number 187, Lexicutor, jamming in the black for Minnesota Roller Derby up against Olive Havoc, number 352 for Black Rose Rollers.
And that is Olive Havoc out first lead jammer of the game. Olive engaging with the pack.
And we have a star pass for Minnesota to number 112. But
Whoopsie daisy.
yeah, Black Rose going to call it off, though, with 3 points on the board. First blood of the day.
Lining up, we have Centripetal Force in black for Minnesota Roller Derby, and that is number 123, Bacon for Mercy for Black Rose in white. I was going to do it, but then they're all lined up.
That is Centripetal Force for Minnesota in the lead. Minnesota's going to bleed one blocker to the penalty box.
Begging for Mercy, still working her way through the pack in the very back. Held up by a pair of Minnesota All-Stars. 4 points for Centripetal Force.
And we have a star pass by Black Rose to the pivot. That
That's
is,
Phoenix.
thank you, number 84.
Phoenix cycled to the back. Sorry.
That was a Mandalorian with a hit to the inside, taking Black Rose's jammer back. And now Centripetal Force also held up behind Black Rose's full force of 4 blockers. And a little jammer versus jammer defense and offense here. As Phoenix hassles Centripetal Force into calling it off, but that's going to be another 4 at the end. So a 12-point jam from Minnesota, going to put them in the lead.
Black Rose wearing white throws me off.
I know, right?
We've got, looks like we've got Chip a Tooth out there for Minnesota and Tiger out there for Black Rose.
Chip a Tooth trying to find a line. Got hit to the inside, then cut around to the out. Found a way through to grab lead for Minnesota.
Four more points for Chip a Tooth.
I gotta say, as someone who's had extensive dental work due to a bike accident, that name freaks me out a little bit. In the meantime, unfortunate cut call on Black Rose's jammer. Tiger gonna head to the box, and Minnesota's gonna call it off, so they will start the next jam with a power jam.
Power start.
Oh, the first kazoo of the weekend.
First. Taking the helm at this power start is Brazis, number 14 for Minnesota.
Starting way back. A little running start for Minnesota. Trying to run out that pack, spread it out. Black Rose doing a nice job, though, of holding in turn 1.
Attempted apex jump. Successful. Nope, attempted.
Phoenix, I think, with the hit out there, pulling the cut, so we're going to have a little do-si-do in the box. And Tiger going to head back to the track for Black Rose. So no lead had been declared yet. Tiger trying to fight her way through here in the turn. We got a forearm call on a Minnesota blocker. Can't use your forearms to block.
Whoa!
Oh, one-footed and backwards. Not too shabby. That's going to be lead.
We have a star pass to Poisonberry Pie. I was going to say I am the Tiger, something, but I didn't have it. I didn't say it. Well, I just wanted you to know that I was working on it.
It looks like 3 points at the end there for Black Rose in that jam. None for Minnesota. Sometimes you put a lot of work in just for a few points.
And lined up here we have Lexicutor in black for Minnesota, and that is Olive Havoc in white for the Black Rose All-Stars. It is Lexicutor taking lead jammer status. And Olive Havoc is out.
Getting the instructions from the coach on the sidelines to call that one off, though. So 3 points, 3 quick points for Minnesota. Nothing for Black Rose on the jam. Both teams really grinding it out early in the game here.
Yeah, right. Each one of these points they're working on each of these points.
Every one of them is hard earned. All right, we got a quick timeout here. Looks like maybe an officials thing. So we'll go ahead and shout out those officials. We didn't get a chance to do that before, but we can't play roller derby without both our on skates and off skates officials.
That's right. We've tried. It doesn't work.
It's not great. So at this game today, we've got Scotchy Scotch Scott, Duck Dana, looking the other way, Unomas, Mimi First, Mistress of Evil, Rosie, Red, Mortricia, Tawanda, and the incomparable John Lane. And
the incomparable John Lane and Guinness, Wishbone Breaker, Illinois, Roll Call, Dark Matter, Dr. Brew, and Semantics.
It's a lot of awesome volunteers to make this all come together.
And each one of them is required for us to have a good time.
It's true. All right, looks like everybody's returning to their posts, so we'll probably be returning to Derby here shortly. So that's Centripetal Force with a star for Minnesota, and
Bacon for Mercy in white for Black Rose All-Stars.
A direction of gameplay call going to one of Black Rose's blockers, but that isn't stopping them from running back Minnesota's jammer. Neither jammer able to find any daylight yet. It's Phoenix and Sparky really giving the business to Minnesota's jammer, but she does find the inside line open just so. That's going to be lead for Minnesota.
Four points for Centripetal Force. Four more points for Minnesota.
No call off yet, though, so Minnesota feeling confident about their defense here as Black Roses Bacon for Mercy trying to find any way through this pack.
And Duck, Duck, Gray Duck, another 4 points for Minnesota.
That's how they call the Yeah.
So Phoenix had just taken the star for Black Rose, but Centripetal Force goes out and calls it off with another 4 points. That is the highest scoring jam of the game so far. It's 16.
In Minnesota, they call the game Duck, Duck, Gray Duck instead of Duck, Duck, Goose.
You know, I was born in Minnesota, and we didn't do that.
I was born in Minnesota, and we did.
Oh, I don't know. I must have been my little tiny town. I don't know. Tiger jamming in white for Black Rose.
And that is Chip-a-Tooth jamming in black for Minnesota.
really excellent defensive work by both teams here. These dynamic, ever-changing, very difficult to squeeze through formations. I watch this and I don't miss jamming.
Pushing your way through the pack is the equivalent to how many laps do you think of skating?
I don't know, like 50. Minnesota's going to lose one blocker to the box. So we slowly push our way into turn 1 and 2 here.
It's just a fierce show of strength out there.
Yeah, just impressive work all around by everybody on the track right now. Tiger getting knocked to the inside is going to get dragged back by Wax Poetic. And meanwhile, up front, Chip a Tooth slowly doing sled pushes. Looks like that's PTSD. And Jackie Chewhorn in the pack for Black Rose. Oh, and just out now with just 5 seconds left in the jam. Minnesota will get lead. Tiger will get out too. All of that time. Holy moly. Hey, can we give it up for those two jammers pushing that whole jam? That is so much work. So impressive. Never give up, never surrender. We got a timeout. I believe that is an official timeout being called on the track, so we'll do some shout-outs.
Yes, Amy Bua. If you're looking for the perfect place to air out your gear, call Amy. She's the realtor who will make your experience as smooth as a power jam with two in the box, beginning to end like an MVJ. And Tertiop's Truncated Studios is a local Derby-owned independent game design team bringing you fun games and fun gifts for the gamer in your life. Play their new Wreck 'em Up space opera, The Day We Fought Space, now available on a mobile device near you.
Derby veteran owned and operated.
That's right. Bonzo from Madison's Best Falafel and Hummus. Visit their Sherman Avenue location offering dine-in, takeout, or delivery. Or check them out online at bonzomadison.com. That's Bonzo with a Z.
All right, the officials have worked out. There's always some bumps early in the day. Technology bumps. We're off again. Oh, that is powerful skating on the outside there. That is Olive Havoc for Black Rose with lead.
Yep.
Breezes for Minnesota is also out. Oh, nice juke and weave again around the outside. Another 4 points for Olive Havoc. Some confident skating. Breezes getting drawn to the outside, or inside, sorry, by Phoenix, Jackie Treehorn, and Red Rum. Not yet through. Oh.
Cycled all the way back. Yeah.
That will be a directioned gameplay call on the Black Rose blocker. And Breezes is through for 4 points, but another 3 at the end there for Olive Havoc. This will be Black Rose's highest scoring jam of the game so far at 11.
And that is Fanny Smack skating against Bacon for Mercy. Oh. Fanny's first jam of this game is also a lead jam.
Hey, found some daylight on the inside, and a little bit of juke got her through for 4 points. So Dash Ketchum had taken a star for Black Rose, but Fanny's going to plow through for another 4 points and call it off before they can score. It's going to bring Minnesota to 48. Black Rose's 17. Lexicutor with the star for Minnesota. Going to face off against Olive Havoc for Black Rose. That's Olive Havoc with lead again.
Doing a little play call action there.
A little quick hit 'em and quit 'em, as we call it. We'll see. That's going to be 2 points for Black Rose. And a timeout on the track. Timeout, Black Rose.
Check out WORT 89.9 FM, your local community radio station, online, on our app, or in person. Be a part of your community radio and volunteer today.
Don't forget to swing by the merch tables today. We've got merchandise from all the teams on sale, including Team Wisconsin, a group of skaters from leagues across the state who will be competing for the glory of the Badger State against all comers. And tell your friends. Head to social media. Follow us there. Madison Roller Derby on all platforms.
Centripetal Force skating for Minnesota Roller Derby, and that is Tiger in white for Black Rose Rollers.
And Tiger with the lead. So Minnesota loses one blocker to the box for a forearm. Centripetal Force still stuck in the pack at turn 2. There's big pile up. Minnesota losing another blocker. It's going to be 2 in the box. As Centripetal Force finally makes her way out of the pack, and Tiger gets the order to call it off, but does gather all 4 points. That'll be Chip a Tooth for Minnesota, facing off against Olive Havoc for Black Rose.
I believe they're throwing her in every other jam now. Is that?
You are correct, and for good reason. She just got a lead again. Putting in the work today. Oh, and a nice star pass for Minnesota. Real quick to get out there.
Yes, that is 2 Poisonberry Pie.
Black Rose sticking with the technique, though, to get some quick points and call it off, keeping Minnesota scoreless, trying to close and doing so slowly, closing the gap in the score here. 27 for Black Rose to Minnesota's 48.
That's right, heading into jam number 12 here. 13.
13. Lucky number 13.
That is it. Cruzella making their jamming debut this game. But that is Breezes taking lead jammer status for Minnesota.
Breezes finds the inside line open and grabs 4 points. Cruzella still stuck, grinding it out behind Minnesota's defense between turns 1 and 2. Oh, attempted apex jump does not go well. Gets knocked out of midair, I believe, by Jackie Treehorn. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, though. Sometimes you got to try the jump. Another 4 points for Minnesota.
You miss 100% of the apex jumps. You don't try to
Precisely.
jump.
That was another nice little jump. Did land it, but then got knocked out and told to call it off with 3 points on that pass. Does keep Black Rose scoreless on the jam. Black Rose had kept Minnesota scoreless on the last 3 jams before this most recent one.
And out on the track, we have Lexecutor and Tiger. Lexecutor in black for Minnesota. Tiger in white for Black Rose. And it is Lexecutor takes lead jammer status.
This poison berry pie. And the Mandalorian at the front with real nice defense on Tiger. Good offensive attempt there from Phoenix, though, but Minnesota able to brush it off and reform, still holding Tiger still at turn 3. Lexecutor also trying to make a way through, meeting fierce resistance from Black Rose. Is only going to get 3 points on the jam, but will hold Black Rose scoreless. About 8.5 minutes left in the game, first half of the game, sorry.
That's right. We have an entirely other, a whole other half after this one.
Wow.
So it's a little known fact that each game has 2 halves.
Blowing my mind right now, Nate.
Yeah. We are seeing a matchup for the ages, Centripetal Force out there.
But Olive Havoc has the lead. So my guess is it's looked like Centripetal Force got through but didn't pass All Bodies upright inbound, so didn't get the lead. So Olive Havoc maintaining her lead streak.
And that is Chip a Tooth out there for Minnesota. That is Bacon for Mercy for Black Rose. And it is Bacon for Mercy who's making Minnesota beg for it.
Bacon for Mercy, though, hit to the outside. Looking for the call. Is going to call it. Is it in time? Minnesota sneaks in 2 points before the whistles blow. Timing can be everything in roller derby. When to call it, when to prevent the other team from scoring points. The tricky calculus. That is Tiger jamming again in the white for Black Rose. And it looks like Breezes for Minnesota.
Breezes out front. Oh!
Woo! Excellent apex jump. You love to see it. Sometimes as a jammer, you just don't want to deal with the blockers, so you just jump past them.
Looks like we have a star pass for Black Rose. That's a pass.
Biohazard now with the star. Breezes battling through for 4. Gets the note to keep going. Biohazard knocked to the inside by Dougie. And looks like 3 and 3 on that last pass. Total of 11 for Minnesota on the jam, 3 for Black Rose. So Black Rose at 30, Minnesota now at 75.
All right, we have Fanny Smack out there once again for Minnesota, and that is Olive Havoc out there for Black Rose.
And it's going to be Olive Havoc with the lead. Fanny Smack passes the star to the Minnesota pivot. A nice effective pass is going to get Poisonberry Pie took the star but wasn't able to score any points. Black Rose picks up 2 on the jam. Dash Ketchum taking the star for the first time off the line for Black Rose in this game, but it is going to be Lexi Cuter gliding through sneakily to get lead for Minnesota.
Wow. Dash Ketchum staying in. Excellent footwork there.
It's going to be a direction call on a Minnesota blocker, and eventually Dash Ketchum battling her way through. But Lexi Cuter being told to call it off before they can score any points. So it's going to be 4 for Minnesota to 0 for Black Rose. We got a timeout on the track. Give us some good news, Nate.
Yes, Meet Meepleton's World of Fun can't wait to introduce you to the greatest store you never knew you always wanted. Head over to Willie Street to check out their offering of quality vintage and modern toys and pulp culture collectibles, or customize your own toy in their workshop. Meet Meepleton's World of Fun.
A delightful place.
And Usman Law. High interest rates have made paying off credit cards and loans harder than ever. To learn the easiest way to pay things off, visit madtownlawyer.com to schedule a free call with attorney Z. Usman, the finance fixer. He can help you freeze interest, halt repossession, stop foreclosure, and end wage garnishment. Visit madtownlawyer.com.
All right, the timeout is over, and we are back to the action. It's going to be Centripetal Force with the star for Minnesota, Bacon for Mercy for Black Rose. Bacon for Mercy out front. Passes that last blocker, picks up lead for Black Rose. Centripetal Force still stuck in the pack at turn 1. Bacon for Mercy getting knocked to the inside and recycled back by Minnesota's blockers.
Minnesota Centripetal Force out of the pack.
Black Rose going to pick up 3 points, call it off. As we come down to probably the last couple of jams of the first half of the game. Want to remind everybody tonight, after all the games are done, you can join us at IO Arcade on Williamson Street to wind down after a long day of Derby. Food and drinks will be available for purchase, and a whole bunch of video games are there to be played.
Chip a Tooth out there for Minnesota, and Olive Havoc out there for Black Rose. Both champions working against a trio or a quadrangle of blockers.
Whatever word you want to use,
Whatever.
but it is going to be Chip a Tooth through 4, lead for Minnesota. Amoebas, they're ever-changing shapes.
Woo! Chip a Tooth out around the outside, 4 points.
Round the outside, round the outside. Wax Poetic dragging Jackie. Well, no. Oh, so there was a star pass to Jackie Treehorn, but she just got a cut the track. We'll head to the box. So this will be a power jam now. And Minnesota decides they would like to call it off and see, I don't know, then maybe get another jam and start it as a power jam. We'll see what happens here. All right, there's the timeout from Black Rose, it looks like. So that will give us, oh no. Can't tell if it says official timeout or team timeout. I'm guessing it's a team timeout because this will mean we get another jam.
That's right. Gives us one more jam for this half.
One more jam.
And this will give Minnesota a chance to increase that lead with the power start.
Or Black Rose to hold it down. Headed into the half.
Stick around after this break for more Derby. But not yet. We're not taking a break yet. We have one more jam.
One more jam. And several more games today, so we'll hope you'll stick around, come back, check out all the teams playing, cheer them on. Tell your friends we're here all weekend. All right, we're going to be back at it. Final jam of the first half. Starting real close up on each other there. Breezes for Minnesota. Jackie Treehorn still sitting in the box for Black Rose. Good job of holding the jammer for a second there, but Minnesota will get out. Breezes with lead. Oh, nice hit to the outside there from Red Rum. Giving Breezes the business on the outside. That one also Biohazard. Another nice hit to the outside. Outside line. It's a tricky place. Black Rose doing a nice job here of holding onto the jammer in their first pass. As Jackie Treehorn now out of the box for Black Rose as well. Minnesota picks up their first 4 points.
That was a sneaky. I was confused by that star stash. I was tricked by it. That was a tricky move.
That was nice work, and another quick 4 points will be 8 on the jam for Minnesota. As we go into halftime of this game, Minnesota at 95, Black Rose Rollers at 35. And again, it feels like it should be closer. These have been hard-hitting jams, a lot of hard work from both teams.
Yeah, right. Exactly. But we'll catch up on the second half of this.
We'll catch you on the flip. So we got just about 14 and a half minutes, and we'll be back here to lead you through the second half of this game. Minnesota Roller Derby versus Black Rose Rollers at Udder Chaos 2023 in Madison, Wisconsin. And we're back.
And we are back.
We got about 2 minutes left before the second half of this game between Minnesota Roller Derby and Black Rose Rollers. And I know it's weird to do this live and in person, but I want to shout out everybody watching on the live stream from our YouTube channel, tuning in from wherever in the world you might be.
That's right. Chime off in the comments where you're in. I can't see them, but do it anyway if you want to interact with each other.
Yeah. And if you're here in person or on the stream, I encourage you to follow Madison Roller Derby. We are on Facebook and Instagram and now on TikTok. We are soon to no longer be on Twitter, now known as X, because it's a trash fire. But you can follow us in a lot of places.
I deleted Twitter after I reported something and it didn't get removed.
Yeah,
So
lots of reasons. So we're going to give you a quick rundown of what happened in that first half before we get going. Pretty evenly matched in terms of lead jammer calls between the two teams, but we do have a little bit of a difference in score here, 95 for Minnesota, Black Rose with 35. And unfortunately, Black Rose will start the second half without the captain, Jackie Treehorn. There was a official challenge from Black Rose on a final penalty against number 101 for a late hit call, but that was upheld by the referees. And unfortunately, the seventh penalty for Jackie Treehorn, which means you can only get seven penalties in a game, and then you have to go and sit out, unfortunately. So that is where that stands as we head into the second half. And Minnesota will also start this with a power jam. A strong position to start the second half. So again, I was just commenting to you, though, Nate. It's hard to see this score and be like, oh, yeah, because both teams are really grinding it out there, and it's a really fun game to watch. It feels very evenly matched on the track.
That's exactly right. You were saying that because the game I'm watching here doesn't match that right there.
So we're having a good time here at Udder Chaos 2013. It's 10 years ago.
2013.
2023. Why not? And we are here at the arena at the Alliant Energy Center in Madison, Wisconsin. This whole tournament hosted by our home league, Madison Roller Derby. Again, very excited to be back hosting this tournament. This is sort of a scaled-down version of the tournament. We'll be back up to full speed next year at this invitational. But very grateful to all the teams who have traveled to be here today to play with us. And to all of these officials, non-skating and skating, and everybody else who's helping out, our EMTs, the people running the merch booth. Huge shout out to the officials who make roller derby, or the officials, volunteers, period, who make roller derby tick.
That's right. This game is all volunteer run, and every single person in this room works hard, and the fans.
Yeah, thanks to the fans, too. Speaking of, though, we are always recruiting. If you want to learn how to skate and play roller derby, we bring in new skaters on a regular basis throughout the year. You can skate with MRD for free for 30 days, and no gear or skates are required.
Whoa, what a value.
Head over to the recruitment table to learn more. They can also tell you about how to learn how to become an official on skates or off skates. Lots of different ways to volunteer, even if you don't want to play roller derby. You can also come and learn to skate with us and just learn how to skate, even if you don't want to do full roller derby contact.
Yeah, just learn to skate, because skating's fun.
Skating's great.
Yeah.
So again, head out over to the recruitment table if you've got questions about that for yourself or anybody else who might be interested. We are happy to help.
Also, a reminder that we are having that after party on IO Arcade at 924 Willie Street. Wind down after a long day of derby. Food and drinks will be available for purchase, and they have all sorts of sweet arcade stuff.
It's pretty great. A big thumbs up from Guinness. So we are getting ready to start the second half of this game, and the Minnesota sending Lexicutor out with the star to take advantage of this power jam. Olive Havoc taking over the penalty in the box for Black Rose will be the jammer when that penalty is served, and Lexicutor is through for lead. Black Rose entirely focused on defense in turn 2. Full strength on the pack. Lexicutor doing a nice job of moving back and forth across the track, trying to spread them apart, but Black Rose not falling for those shenanigans. Still in a nice tight tripod. Nice piece of offense there from Dougie. Will help spring Lexicutor for first 4 points of this half. Olive Havoc back on the track, unfortunately picking up a cut at turn 2. Will go back to the box. And a no pack call will free Lexicutor for another 4 points. It's 12 so far in the jam. Minnesota doing a nice job of really taking advantage of this double power jam.
4 more points for Lexicutor. Olive Havoc back on the track, re-engaging.
Some great fancy footwork on the outside line from Olive Havoc. Will get her through, but unfortunately not in time to pick up any points.
Huge jam for Minnesota. That is a 20-point jam. Brings them past the century mark.
Pew, 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 pew. I want to thank Alligator for the kazoos, and if all of you may not want to thank her, you might want to say no thanks, but I say thank you. Centripetal Force jamming for Minnesota, Bacon for Mercy for Black Rose. Minnesota will lose its pivot to the box just before turn 1. Centripetal Force did try to get through, but keeps getting hit to the outside by Black Rose's defense. That's Phoenix, PTSD, and friends. And it is Bacon for Mercy with lead for Black Rose, but it was a tight. Both jammers had gotten out, so didn't like the looks of that. Called it off real quick.
It had the makings of a jammer race.
Which, I would like to see, but I know strategically it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, exactly. There's some things that I want to see as a fan, and there's some things that I would do as a smart strategic.
Yeah.
I'll just stop talking.
It could be very different. No, I hear what you're saying. Olive Havoc back on the track for Black Rose. Chip a Tooth for Minnesota. This continues a trend in the first half. They had started jamming Olive Havoc pretty much every other jam. She was getting several lead calls. Unfortunately, Chip a Tooth got through, but it was a cut, so we'll head to the box. And now Black Rose with the power jam opportunity. And there will be no lead jammer because Olive Havoc is through but took off the helmet cover. So we will go the full 2 minutes for a jam. Whoopsie Daisy doing a nice job there of holding back Olive Havoc as she's trying to get through, finds an inside line, nice little spin, but gets hit out almost casually by Poisonberry Pie. And we are going to take a minute to check in on a skater. We want to thank our EMTs and medics today for helping out. We will take a moment. All right, we are back to the action on the track. Wishing our best to everyone. That'll be Tiger with a star for Black Rose, Breezes for Minnesota.
And that is Breezes taking the lead.
Ooh, a spin and a quick call off as Breezes went to the outside. We'll get 1 point, 2 points, 2. Bacon for Mercy jamming for Black Rose.
Yes, and that is Fanny Smack. Nope.
Yep,
Yep.
it is Fanny Smack. The number says so. Black Rose will lose its pivot to the box. Both teams stuck in turn 1 right now. This is kind of a similar thing we've been seeing all game where the packs get a little bit spread out and distinct. Fanny Smack will get lead for Minnesota. Fanny Smack on a scoring pass in the far straightaway. Has to contend with 3 blockers from Black Rose, and Bacon for Mercy also with 3 Minnesota blockers. Gets a little bit of offense help there. Things start to move a little bit, but still stuck.
That's right. And both jammers and blocker packs switch spots.
And we have come to a halt. Although, if you don't know this, fun fact, you can never fully stop moving forward while blocking a jammer. That's called a stop block. So you got to keep tiptoeing forward a little bit without giving too much ground. It's a fine balance.
Fanny Smack calling it off.
There'll be 4 points at the end there for Minnesota, none for Black Rose. Black Rose held scoreless for a couple of jams.
And that is Lexicutor up there for Minnesota, and that is Cruzella out there for Black Rose.
That's a cut on Cruzella. Tried to run up that inside line. Didn't quite pull it off. So Lexicutor and Minnesota with a power jam. And there's the lead call. So Black Rose on nothing but defense now.
Executor engaging with.
Whole lot of whistles blowing for penalties here. I'm not really sure. Looks like we lost 2 Minnesota blockers to the box. As we were in the far straightaway, Executor was around for another 4 points, comes around for another scoring pass. I'm sorry, that was the first 4 points. Cruzella back on the track now for Black Rose.
Executor picks up 4 more points. Cruzella looking to score some points of their own.
Nope. Minnesota says no. So Minnesota with a little bit of blocker penalty trouble in that last one, but only ends with 1 blocker in the box at the end of the jam.
Just 3 points for Minnesota for this half so far.
You mean for Black Rose?
For Black Rose is what I meant. I was testing you.
Oh, on my toes.
That is Centripetal Force and Olive Havoc back out on the track.
I'm glad to see Olive Havoc back.
Yes.
Hopefully all is well.
Hopefully Olive as well.
Oh, I see what you did.
Mm.
Oh, and a little hop skip at the jump around the inside line on that first apex end. Centripetal Force is your lead jammer. Olive Havoc not too far behind, though. Both packs in the first turn. Centripetal Force will grab a quick single point and call it off.
So I was over there by the medics, and they said, "Are you okay? Feeling okay?" And she said, "I'll live."
Boo. Boo. I can't even look at you right now. That's going to be Tiger with a star for Black Rose. Chip a tooth for Minnesota.
The look of disappointment on your face was.
I can't with you, Nate. Tiger grinding it out behind 2 Minnesota blockers, but on the inside.
Chipatooth taking lead jammer status.
So going to be the 4th lead call on the roll for Minnesota. And a quick 4 points for Chipatooth. Getting the word to keep it going. Tiger just 1 to beat at the front for Minnesota. Again, having some blocker penalty trouble. So Tiger will pick up 4 for Black Rose, breaking a little bit of a drought here they'd had for scoring in the last few jams. An emphatic call-off from Chipatooth. Picking up another 3 points.
That is Breezes lining up for Minnesota. That is Bacon for Mercy for Black Rose.
Breezes. Big tangle in the first turn, but it is going to be Breezes for lead for Minnesota. Oh, and a nice no pass, no penalties. So Bacon for Mercy is through. And Minnesota's bench will tell Breezes to call it off. 0-0. Black Rose score currently the meaning of life, the universe, and everything.
But what's the question?
Olive Havoc back with a star for Black Rose. Fanny Smack for Minnesota.
Fanny Smack. Both jammers really getting held up by the strong defense for both teams.
We were almost in turn one. We've rolled back into almost to the jammer line now. Olive Havoc getting hit to the outside line. Tries to straddle it and stay in, but will get taken out. And a cut call being given to Olive Havoc. Couldn't see it from here to see exactly how it happened. But this will be a power jam for Minnesota and Fanny Smack.
Fanny Smack getting some offensive help from her teammates.
Black Rose doing a nice job of staying right in front of her, though. We are now into turn 2. Black Rose at full blocker strength. Minnesota loses another blocker to the box. Really nice defensive work here from Black Rose. Putting the kibosh on this power jam. No one has gotten leads yet. Oh, and Olive Havoc back on the track. Around the outside. Can't get lead, though, after a penalty, unfortunately. Can score points. And will do so. A nice quick 4 before the end of that jam. That is why you do not stop until those whistles blow. Nice perseverance there, both from the blockers and jammer for Black Rose. And we have a timeout being called by Black Rose. I wanted to note before you get into these shout-outs, so we did have the unfortunate foul out from one blocker on Black Rose. Minnesota has one blocker who is currently sitting on 5 penalties, a couple at 3, and a scattering of 2 and 1. Black Rose playing pretty clean, though. They otherwise, all the skaters that have penalties only have 1, except for a single person who has 2. So some pretty clean skating, keeping their blockers on the track.
One of our sponsors is Delta Beer Lab. Crafting beer, crafting change. Or how about Rude Chicks? Rude Chicks roller derby apparel started in 2004 at the Rose Bowl flea market with a few sassy designs. In 2005, we set up a vendor table at our first tattoo convention and traveled for many years attending tattoo shows around the United States. In 2008, we set up as a vendor table at LA Derby Dolls, then added other local roller derby bouts to the list with tournaments to follow. We attended our first RollerCon in 2009 and haven't looked back. Rude Chicks.
A storied history. So we've gone from a team timeout now to actually an official review, and I'm guessing that means that Black Rose has asked for an official review. You get 1 per half. They used and lost their first one at the very end of the first half, so this will be their try for the second half. We will let you know if and when we find out what this is all about.
We talked about the IO Arcade Bar. That's where the after party is tonight, but it's an open and inclusive space for drinkers with a gaming problem. Try any of our custom cocktails or craft beers and stake out your cabinet. With over 70 games to choose from, you can set a new high score with your own or duke it out with friends. And if the screens get too bright, settle down at the bar or grab a board game and claim a table. There's always something to do at IO. And we're back on the track. What's happening out there, Abby?
You called me Abby. How dare you? Dash Ketchum jamming for Black Rollers. Lexi Cuter for Minnesota. And I got to say, my vantage point from over here, it almost looked like they were holding hands when they left. They were jumping off the line, and I was extremely delighted. That was not the case, but I like to imagine that it was. Lexi Cuter will get lead for Minnesota.
Looks like there's a star pass for Black Rose to number 84, Phoenix. Dash Ketchum catches 4.
Well, no, actually, that was Lexicutor with 4 for Minnesota.
Oops. Thank you.
It's okay. It's a lot going on at any given time. Another timeout on the track. I believe this is just a logistical timeout, some stuff on the track that needs to be cleaned. Safety first. So this will probably be a quick one.
We have about 13 minutes left in this half, but stick around. We have more roller derby all weekend long. And that is Centripetal Force out there taking lead jammer status. Tiger for Black Rose still working her way through the pack.
Pack's now moving fast into turn 2. Nice offensive help there from Phoenix. Will help spring Tiger.
Centripetal Force calls off the jam before Tiger can pick up any points.
Is 7 lead jammer calls in a row for Minnesota, really changing the momentum of the game in the second half. Not counting one jam where no one got lead. Chip a Tooth, jamming for Minnesota. Olive Havoc for Black Rose.
And it's Chibatooth.
But very hot on her heels. Olive Havoc is going to get the packs moving really fast around the track. I feel like it's 2008 again.
Classic high-speed roller derby.
Heck yeah. Chip a Tooth Go is going to get the signal to call that one off. She got too scared, she said. I understand. A little too close for comfort. Bacon for Mercy, jamming for Black Rose.
And that's Breezes, jamming for Minnesota.
Breezes pushing out into the front, and to turn 1 is able to get lead, but Blackers will reform around her to make this a difficult lead. Oh, a nice hit to the inside, going to recycle her back to the pivot line almost.
And
I believe that was Dash Ketchum on the hit. Oh, and a nice little hop around a final butt. Doesn't have to be pretty, it just has to work.
Yep. I didn't see anything. I didn't see it.
Nothing.
No one, I didn't see it.
Nope. Bacon for Mercy still stuck at turn 1 behind Minnesota's blockers. Full strength on the track. Oh, Breezes tries for the inside line. Knocked out by Phoenix. We'll call it off after 3 points. And again, keep Black Rose scoreless.
All right, lining up on the jammer line, we have Olive Havoc in white for Black Rose, and we have Fanny Smack in black for Minnesota.
Ooh, Fanny Smack almost found the daylight she needed. Black Rose is some nice recycling. Still has her as we go into turn 2. Olive Havoc stuck in turn 1 will get recycled to the outside and back. by PTSD. Got a multiplayer call being called on one of the Black Rose blockers. Not enough to open it up. So Olive Havoc around the outside will sneak by and pick up lead. And that breaks a long lead status drought for Black Rose.
Minnesota with a star pass to Whoopsie Daisy.
Olive Havoc will pick up a quick 4, call it off. Bringing Black Rose to a nice easy 50 to Minnesota's 148. It was a 9 lead jammer status streak for Minnesota that Olive Havoc just broke.
Glad you're doing that. And that is Lexecutor out there for Minnesota, and that is Cruzella out there for Black Rose. It is Lexecutor taking lead jammer status.
Both packs just kind of hanging out in turn 1. Will be a multiplayer call and a Minnesota blocker. As Cruzella is still trying to fight and find some daylight. Gets a little offensive help there, but only has 2 blockers. I say only. 2 blockers can be very formidable. And a nice little spin will get her out.
Lexecutor calling out the jam before Cruzella could pick up any points. All right, this is a matchup we've seen a few times here. This is Centripetal Force and Olive Havoc. And it is Centripetal Force taking lead jammer status for Minnesota.
Once again, though, Olive Havoc out shortly behind. Will put on the pressure as the packs move quickly into turn 2. Centripetal Force tried around the outside, probably picked up a couple of points, but got hit out, called it off. The refs are going to confer a little bit. It's going to be 3 points for Minnesota. That's going to be Chip a Tooth for Minnesota, and I believe Tiger for Black Rose.
Oh, so strong. Tiger's so strong. And Chip a Tooth is out. Lead jammer status.
So penalty on a Black Rose blocker during that scrum. Tiger is still just grinding away against Minnesota defense in turn 1.
4 points. Chip a Tooth.
Ooh, a little side surf around the outside. Another 4 points. Do it with style.
Ooh, right through the middle. Another 4 points. Chip a Tooth. We have a star pass.
Biohazard.
That is to Biohazard. Big old jam for Minnesota.
16 points for Cut a Tooth on that one. Chip a Tooth, not Cut a Tooth. Minnesota now at 171, Black Rose at 50. We've got about 5 minutes left to play in the second half of this game, and it has been a story so far of Minnesota really dominating the lead jammer status calls.
Right, and that's where you get to make those those decisions. There's the word I'm looking for.
Strategery.
That's the word. That's where you get to make those strategic decisions, and you can dictate the pace of the game.
Absolutely. Makes a big difference. So Breezes with lead from Minnesota. Olive Havoc is out. Will not get a chance to make a scoring pass, though, before Breezes calls it off after a quick 4. Minnesota will send Lexicutor back to the line with a star.
Right, and that is Black Rose will send Bacon for Mercy, and I got to tell you, Ham, every single time Bacon, I have to say Bacon for Mercy, I get hungry
Oh, yeah.
a little bit more every time.
I fully need to actually find some bacon
Yes.
when this is done. I feel like if that's your name, you should probably just bring bacon to games and give it out. That's got to be the rule.
Like that, I think that's
It's rude otherwise,
just hand
frankly.
them out. You don't say bacon without bringing bacon.
Right. Lexicutor will take lead for Minnesota. Both packs in between turns 1 and 2. Bacon for Mercy finds an inside line as Lexicutor attempts an apex jump. It gets knocked to the inside. Bacon for Mercy. One more to beat. Will get knocked to the out and have to recycle all the way back. I don't mean to rub it in. I just have sympathy. That's what you hear in my voice. Just sympathy. It happens. But jammers are just all about perseverance in the face of great odds. Nice rotational work here from the Black Rose blockers, holding Lexicutor in turn 2. We will have a multiplayer call on Biohazard, though, so now just 3 blockers from... nope, we're going to call it off with 4 points for Minnesota. Hard-earned points. They have held Black Rose scoreless for the past 5 jams.
Chibatooth. Tiger.
Arrgh. Two minutes left in the half. That will not stop both teams from playing full out. Chibatooth's going to pick up lead jammer on this one. Finding some daylight around turn 1. Tiger still stuck in this big scrum between turns 1 and 2. Grit and Barrett took Chibatooth back and recycled, but Chibatooth came back on, found a way around, picked up 4. Tiger also now through the pack.
Yes.
Lots of hard work. Oh, a huge hit to the outside by Dash Ketchum. Chibatooth goes on hard, but is still smiling.
You'd love to see it.
Yep. Sometimes you take those hits or you just can't help it. Be like, dang, that was a good hit.
That was a good hit.
I hated it, but it was a good hit.
I wish it didn't happen, but I'm glad it did also.
Can't help but be impressed. Olive Havoc and
Centripetal Force. Olive Havoc.
Oh, nice footwork from Olive Havoc. Will get lead for Black Rose. Centripetal Force not too far back. Yeah, they're going to do a quick hit it and quit it. As that pressure was on, nice little high five between the jammers.
Yeah.
2 points to break that scoring drought for Black Rose.
And we are at 15 seconds, so we may get another jam.
We'll see. We'll see if one of the teams decides they want another jam. We will get a timeout call if we do. I think, yeah, Black Rose has one left if they want to use it. Nope. No one wants to use it. That will be it. That's the end of the game. Big congratulations to both of these teams for playing an incredibly hard-hitting game, but it is going to be Minnesota Roller Derby taking the win with 186 to Black Rose Rollers 52, reaffirming the current ranking. Minnesota currently at 7th in the Northeast Division, Black Rose at 12th. Comported themselves well on the track today, but again, it was a story of that second half and Minnesota just taking so many lead status calls.
Just lead after lead after lead after lead. And that is the final score. If this game is represented, if the rest of the weekend is like this,
there you go.
It's going to be really exciting.
It's going to be super fun. You can come out to the track now if you want to give a high five, a fist bump, or an elbow to the teams and wish them a good job. Tell everybody they did a good job because they did. Thank you to everybody who joined us on the stream. Thank you again to all the volunteers for helping this thing run here at Udder Chaos 2023 in Madison, Wisconsin, hosted by Madison Roller Derby.
I want to say a thank you. Thank you, Hammer Abby.
Thank you, Assassinate.
What a great start to a great weekend.
Absolutely, yes. It's a pleasure to be on the mic with you, and it's a pleasure to watch some great roller derby.
Yep.
And stick around on the stream or here in person. We'll be back with more roller derby. I believe the next game starts at 3 o'clock Central Time. We'll be here.
Welcome back to Udder Chaos 2023. We are back here in time for our second game, the Brew City Bruisers versus Minnesota Nice. I am Alligator.
And I am Rich Mahogany.
Hey, welcome back.
Fancy meeting you here.
Oh, it's been a while. We're going to run down these rosters real quick, and then we're going to get the action kicked off. So in white, we have Minnesota Roller Derby, Minnesota MNRD B Team, Minnesota Nice. Number 00, Mad Libs. Number 11, Laurel Mighty. Number 13, By Fieri. Number 18, Boo Boo. Number 20, Rollin' Riz. Number 229, Sodium Fine. Number 333, Lefsa for Dead. Number 419, Scam Likely. Number 511, Wheelie Nelson. Number 556, Sweaty Malls. Number 616, Biz Quick. Number 65, T-Rex. Number 687, Skatey Gaga. And number 89, Fanny Smacks. Number 90 is Shadow. And 99, Anti-Fascism. They are joined on their bench by some awesome people that I see standing over there that will be helping them out.
As for the Brew City Bruisers roster, they will be skating in the black for this game. We've got number 040, Nat Geo Wild. Number 1, Grace Killy. Number 101, Beastly Beauty. Number 121, Bronze Franz. Number 13, Mary Death. Number 22, Latina Heat. Number 224, Madame Fury. Number 23, Elise. Number 404, Spitfire. Number 42, Havoc. Number 462, Medusa Sevestra. Number 5010, Party Bus. Number 56, Frau Kapow. Number 642, Paminator. Number 86, Cherry Clobber. And number 96, Beetle Juice.
And with that, we will run through our officials roster a little bit later, but we are, I believe are going to be kicking off here very shortly. Big shout out to all of our officials and other volunteers here at Udder Chaos. If you want to volunteer, you can join us next year. We'd love to have you. And if you are interested in our amazing after party tonight, you can join us at IO Arcade Bar at 924 Williamson Street to wind down after this long first day of Derby. Food and drinks will be available for purchase. They are just down on Willie Street from here on the venue. Ooh.
Oh, friends, we're about to get some Derby.
And it looks like first up jamming, we have number 18 Boo Boo in white for Minnesota and number 42 Havoc for Brew City.
Already seeing a good bit of recycle on the inside here. Brew City pulling back that Minnesota Nice jammer Boo Boo.
Really nice work by Latina Heat, a long-time blocker and jammer. I'd say triple threat from Brew City out there. It's one of the really neat things that we're seeing from Minnesota and Brew City both this weekend. Long-time leagues, lots of new skaters, but also a lot of old familiar faces, people that have been around skating for a long time, even maybe a decade or more.
Oh, Havoc so nearly free on the inside there, but then is forced to recycle back into turn one.
Yeah, unfortunately had to put two hands down on the inside. Per the rules, you can put one hand down to stabilize yourself, but if you put two, you gotta rotate back and go back. Otherwise, you're gonna get track cut. No one wants that.
Pack obviously feeling very comfortable in this first turn on the track, constantly recycling the jammers back into the first straightaway.
Yeah, over a minute gone already, and no lead jam though. Let's see how the announcer curse. I don't know.
We could well see a 2-minute jam for this first jam. Oh. Now with only 2 to beat, Boo Boo at the front. Now only 1. Latina Heat holding the line. Boo Boo will get through, takes the first lead jam of this game for Minnesota Nice.
And took almost a minute 50 for that to happen, too. And Boo Boo getting driven to the outside again by Latina Heat, picking up 1 point for that jam. So Minnesota Nice on the board with 1 point. Lining up again, on the jam line, we have Wheelie Nelson in white for Minnesota Nice, and it looks like the Bronze Franz for Brew City.
Yep. Bronze Franz taking no time at all getting up to the front of the pack, but the Minnesota Nice wall holds firm. They do get a little bit of offensive help from one of the other Brew City blockers.
That Brew City tripod in back is just locking down before they can even hit the turn. Minnesota trying to play a little bit of offense and open up some space, and they are able to free Wheelie Nelson to pick up lead jam status for Minnesota Nice.
So we do have a star pass on the track for Brew City. Bronze Franz passing the star over to number 23. That's Elise. Elise then will force the call off. 4 points picked up by Minnesota, bringing their score to 5 to Brew City's 0 in Jam 2.
TQ Diamonds is Madison's premier jewelry shopping destination. A family-owned, independent, full-service jewelry store, TQ Diamonds offers an amazing experience at a fair price, unlike other jewelers. Specializing in diamonds, engagement, and wedding rings, along with custom design and jewelry repair, TQ Diamonds services and selections all of your jewelry buying experience, makes it easy and enjoyable. Check them out at tqdiamonds.com.
Getting back down to the action on the track, we've got number 86 Cherry Clobber out there for the Brew City Bruisers in black, but it's going to be number 687 Skatey Gaga taking lead for Minnesota Nice in the white.
And a waterfall of bodies over on turn 2. Skatey Gaga back in the pack as Cherry Clobber still working her way through.
Oh, Skatey Gaga taken to the floor, will force the call off. 3 points picked up on that last pass for Minnesota will bring their score up to 7 for the jam, 12 for the game. Brew City held scoreless. So we line up for jam number 4.
Wearing the star on the jam line for Minnesota, we have Lefsa for Dead. And for Brew City, we have Nat Geo Wild. Lefsa for Dead picking up lead jammer status quickly.
A big hit on Nat Geo Wild in the turn 1-2 apex will take them to the ground. That is a high block, or a low block, I'm sorry. Called on number 21 for Minnesota. I'm sorry, 20, Roland Riz.
Yeah, some great blocking. Unfortunately, a penalty picked up by Shadow at the end of that pass there, sending him to the penalty box. Lefsa getting recycled back by Latina Heat. And number 20 getting sent back to the penalty box for an illegal re-entry, unfortunately.
Lefsa for Dead really taking a tear here, going out on another scoring pass, picking up 4 points. Nat Geo Wild has managed to get Brew City Bruisers on the board with 4 points of their own. But Left 4 Dead coming in hot. Only 2 blockers in the mix for Brew City at the moment. Of course, as I say that, they reformed the tripod. Now we're back to 2. And why do I say what's happening?
Well, you try. You try. And you get points for that. And it looks like we have points on the board there. We have 8 points going up for Brew City and an 11-point jam for Minnesota. So that brings our score Brew City 8, Minnesota Nice 23. And a familiar lineup. We have Havoc wearing the star for Brew City and Skatey Gaga. No, I apologize, T-Rex. It's a new jammer to the track for Minnesota.
Minnesota has sent out a different jammer for all 5 of these first jams. And as you said, Allie, Brew City now starting to run through that cycle of jammers. Oh, we do have a forearm penalty that's been assessed to T-Rex from Minnesota Nice. So a power jam opportunity now for Brew City Bruisers. Minnesota Nice defense holding firm, though.
And Havoc still working away at that tripod of Minnesota. Brew City trying to offer some offense and shake things up a bit. But Minnesota able to reform in the front. And T-Rex served their penalty back on the track, having, looks like, thought they did their initial pass, but it looks like they picked up a forearm on their way through. So they're going to be going back to the penalty box to serve an additional penalty for that forearm.
So we do have a successful star pass on the track for Brew City, number 23. That is Elise now takes the star. We will see a full 2-minute jam here, our second 2-minute jam of the game. But Elise now eligible to score points. Nice hop on the outside. Still having to fight through the pivot of Minnesota. Of course, does get through. 4 more points up for Brew City.
Yeah, Minnesota unfortunately getting into some penalty trouble, starting to clear that up. That last pass by Fieri and Anti-Fascism doing a great job. And a forearm at the end picked up. We'll see who that gets assigned to. But that long 2-minute jam came to an end, and 6 points were put up by Brew City. So that forearm at the very end of that last jam was assigned to the jammer for Brew City. So we will start this next jam in a power jam for Minnesota Nice. Boo Boo as the only jammer of record on the track.
Some nice footwork on the inside sees Boo Boo safely through for a lead jam for Minnesota Nice. Nice offense being played by Minnesota. They're crushing the Brew City Bruisers defense, allowing Boo Boo through for a relatively smooth second pass.
Boo Boo almost hit to the outside, shrugs off hit from Brew City, getting through for another 4-point pass. And Minnesota's defense coalescing around that Brew City jammer. Forearm sending out Latina Heat to the penalty box as Havoc still working on that initial pass as Minnesota just bridges it out forward. Boo Boo ends up calling it off after picking up 8 points for Minnesota and holding Brew City scoreless.
Are you looking for the perfect place to air out your gear? Call Amy. She's the realtor who will make your experience as smooth as a power jam with 2 in the box, beginning to end like an MVJ.
Back on the track, number 511, Wheelie Nelson wearing the star for Minnesota Nice, and number 121, Bronze Franz for Minnesota. Nope, for Brew City. Thanks.
Brew City Bruisers will lose their jammer to the box on a penalty. That is a forearm penalty.
So, yeah, a little bit of a switch of fate after the penalty trouble Minnesota got into in that last jam. Minnesota now taking advantage of this power jam, or hoping to, but unfortunately sending a block or two to the box also. Big hit by Latina Heat on the inside, holding Wheelie to and recycling to the inside.
Brew City defense doing a great job of expanding and contracting, dealing with the offense that's coming in from Minnesota Nice team here. Even though they have nothing to do but waylay the other blocker, still having a really hard time getting their jammer through. Wheelie Nelson through for 4. Bronze Franz right behind will force the call off. 4 points up for the Nice.
Check out WORT 89.9 FM, your local community radio station, online or on our app or in person. Be part of your community radio and volunteer today. Skatey Gaga back on the track wearing the star for Minnesota Nice, and Cherry Clobber for Brew City. Lead goes to Cherry Clobber.
Both jammers really picking up speed here. Pack going fast as well. Nobody wants to be a point. Woo! Nice shoulder check there by number 24, Minnesota. Roland Riz will stop the jam. 1 point picked up there by Brew City. I'm sorry, 2 points picked up by Brew City. Minnesota Nice held scoreless.
Fun fact, Roland Riz used to skate for the Brew City Juniors team.
Yay, Juniors!
I hear Riz may have a cheering section here today. Glad you can make it all this way.
Back to the action on the track. Lefse for dead, out taking lead jam for Minnesota Nice. Going up against Nat Geo Wild, also out of the pack. Likely to see a quick jam here. Lo and behold, points and call is the name of the game.
I love an emphatic call-off.
I'm sure the officials do as well. Your desire is made clear. Let me acquiesce. Tweet, 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 tweet.
A tweet, tweet, a tweet, tweet. T-Rex wearing the star for Minnesota on the line, going up against, let's see, I believe that's Havoc in number 42 for Brew City.
T-Rex looking for that inside line. Gonna take a tumble over number 101. That's Beastly Beauty for Brew City. Havoc, in the meantime, takes lead for Brew City. T-Rex still working on the initial. Is a good opportunity for Brew City to make up some of the score deficit they have right now.
Havoc working their way through that pack and seeing the Minnesota jammer coming in, calls it off to pick up 2 points and leave Minnesota scoreless on that jam. Bronze Franz for Brew City wearing the star, and 18 number Boo Boo for Minnesota Nice.
Boo Boo pushed to the outside by number 56 for Brew City, Frau Kapow. Kapow putting a solo blocking clinic on the jammer line here. Taking Boo Boo out once, twice, thrice ain't gonna happen though. Boo Boo through on the inside with some marvelous toe work.
Yeah, some really lovely footwork there to spring themselves. Looks like a forearm is getting assigned to someone. That is going to number 229, Sodium Fine for Minnesota. And Bronze Franz threw on their initial. What was that? Out of play? Yeah, out of play being assigned to some Minnesota blockers as their penalty box fills up.
Dream situation here for the Brew City Bruisers. Boo Boo getting some help there from their offense to crack open that wall. Anti-fascism also at the back there. That's, I believe that's Sodium Fine. Indeed it is.
Yes. It's really nice defense on the corner by Minnesota, holding back Franz.
Even with the pivot up at the front, the Brew City Bruiser Jammer having a very tough time with this Minnesota nice defense. Frau Kapow with the last minute hit out on the Minnesota nice Jammer will force the call off. 4 points each for the Jammers on that last pass. It's going to be 8 points each for the Jam. So a score wash here. Leaves our score at Brew City Bruisers 26, Minnesota Nice 47, with just about 11 minutes and 30 seconds remaining to play in the first half, as we have our first official timeout of the game. So I know that we're all here seeing and enjoying the amazing derby happening on the track in front of us, but if you haven't had a chance to get up and walk around and check out the amazing roller derby merch back behind turn 4, that is the place to be, friends, when the action is not on. We have a lot of really great merch from both Team Wisconsin, I believe the Brew City Bruisers have some merch back there as well, and of course Madison Roller Derby with all of our many pieces of merchandise by our fancy merch trailer.
Yeah, great tournament merch, some other really fun new Madison Roller Derby merch. You're looking for a sweet fan, you want to sit trackside, but you want a lovely blanket to sit on, come on over to merch. We got you covered. All right, announcers just had to make sure all their I's were dotted, T's crossed, and clocks correct before we kick off here. And back to the action on the track, number 86, Cherry Clobber, jamming against Skady Gaga, Minnesota Nice.
Oh, and a track cut penalty assessed to Skady Gaga makes this a power jam for Cherry Clobber and the Brew City Bruisers as Cherry Clobber claims lead jammer status. Penalty box is empty of blockers, so Minnesota Nice having an opportunity to put the brakes on this power jam the best they can.
Latina Heat trying to do some offense up there for her jammer, getting into the mix.
Very nice job running out the jammer penalty there by Minnesota Nice. Only 4 points given up on so that's the initial scoring pass for Minnesota. I'm sorry, for Brew City. This is now going to be the initial pass that Minnesota is still working on.
And unfortunately, a track cut is going to be assigned, it looks like, to 687. That is the jammer, Skady Gaga from Minnesota. So the power jam continues in favor for Brew City as Cherry Clobber continues out there as the jammer.
Party Bus up at the front trying to break open that Minnesota Nice wall, but that wall is nice.
It is nice. That is what they say.
These blockers are doing such a great job of switching between pair blocking and then having somebody just break off as a float, play a little bit of offense, get right back. It's a Gumby wall. They're just like all over the place. Sad if you're the opposing jammer.
Yeah, it's a rough spot to be in. So by the end of that jam, Skatey Gaga was released from the penalty box. So both jammers, knock on wood, will start this next jam. 8 points were put up by Brew City. Really nice job by Minnesota neutralizing that double power jam and keeping them to 8 points. 51. Wheelie Nelson jammer for Minnesota going up against Nat Geo Wild. And Wheelie Nelson takes lead jam status for Minnesota Nice.
Directional penalty going to the pivot for Minnesota Nice. That's number 229, Sodium Fine. We do have a star pass over for the Brew City Bruisers. Jammer now, Madam Fury. They will don the star, activating their jammer powers, forcing the call off by the Minnesota Nice. Single point picked up there by Minnesota. Great job with the defense there for Brew City. Score sitting at Brew City 34, Minnesota Nice 48. We've got 8 minutes remaining to play in the first half.
Yeah, I'm really impressed by the defense from both of these teams. It's really holding down the points and keeping down the score. Lefsa for Dead wearing the star in white for Minnesota against Havoc in black for Brew City.
Havoc almost free at the front, but then forced out on the inside. Going to be recycled all the way back to the jammer line by Shadow. So we do have Lefsa for Dead now having the opportunity to get through and take lead jam. And a quick first scoring pass for Lefsa for Dead and yields the Minnesota Nice 4 roller derby points.
A quick speed up on the turn there. And some defense by Latina Heat. And I believe that was Medusa Sevresta. So it looks like at the end of that jam, Havoc, the jammer for Brew City, did pick up a back block. So we are starting this next jam in a power jam situation. 65, that is going to be T-Rex for Minnesota Nice with lead jam status.
And a great position to start this jam for Minnesota Nice, as not only are they in a power jam, but they had 2 Brew City blockers sitting in the or standing in the box. So they were back in the action very quickly, but a very small pack for the Minnesota Nice jammer to get through.
And some offense from By Fieri, trying to get their jammer out. Jam is called. We have a few points on each side. Nope. 6 points put up by Minnesota Nice. As we reset for this next jam.
Penalty box is empty as we line up for jam number 16 of the first half.
Bold, Rich. Very bold of you.
I mean, I hear there's a nice big fan behind there, so it's a nice place to go if you're getting a little too warm.
It's true. It's true. But on the track, we have the Bronze Frond and Boo Boo jamming. Bronze Franz is lead jammer for Brew City. And Boo Boo taking off the star. Nice defense in the back by Party Bus.
His defense is doing a great job on the lines, making it very hard for these jammers who clearly like to take those narrow lines on the inside or outside. A lot of recycling happening here, though, as Bronze Round will call the jam. 8 points picked up total for Brew City, making this a 16-point game.
Ooh.
So Minnesota has been narrowly holding on to the lead for this game, but still very close as we approach the halftime.
Wheelie Nelson returning to the jam line, going up against number 8-6 Cherry Clobber for Brew City. Wheelie trying the inside lane and then moving out. And it looks like the jammer Wheelie Nelson for Minnesota Nice picking up a penalty and headed to the penalty box. It looks like a back block there off the line. So a power jam for Brew City and Cherry Clobber.
Defense of Minnesota absolutely tenacious, reforming in front of Cherry Clobber as they're down. A forearm penalty assessed to number 229, blocker for Minnesota, Sodium Fine.
Some afterburners put on by Wheelie Nelson after they got out of the penalty box.
Only 2 blockers on the track for Minnesota Nice. Wheelie Nelson almost through on the inside, but is forced to recycle back into turn 3. Nice hop, skip, and a jump over the turn 3 apex for Wheelie Nelson. Will net Minnesota Nice 4 points for that jam. 3 points picked up on that pass for Brew City will bring their score up to 53. Minnesota Nice 62.
Oh, just let me scooch right past ya and head over to Team Wisconsin Roller Derby merch table. What's Team Wisconsin, you say? Well, if you can't get enough roller derby in Madison, well, 6 Madison roller derby teams have banded together to create one mega roller derby league to represent the entire state of Wisconsin. Wow, is cheese-alicious. Support local roller derby by purchasing merch, buttons, checking out their upcoming bouts. Rumor has it they might even have some cheese, if you ask nicely. Check them out, Wisconsin Roller Derby.
I'd like to also shout out to Udder Chaos sponsor Outreach Madison. Outreach is Madison and South Central Wisconsin's LGBTQ plus community center, providing support for over 50 years. Outreach has been on the forefront of social change and provides safe spaces and programs for the LGBTQ plus people of Madison and Dane County. So we just have some very official business to sort out here. Making sure that all points and penalties have been correctly assigned. The proverbial T's dotted and I's crossed.
Mm-hmm. It looks like we are going to start in a power jam situation as number 511, Wheelie Nelson, is going to sit in the penalty box. So it looks like Brew City may be starting this next one in power jam. So power jam start for Brew City. Number 040, Nat Geo Wild.
Nice footwork on the outside. Sees Nat Geo Wild through for a safe and secure lead jam. Pack backing up, trying to steal away some of that preemptive space. Nat Geo Wild can't get too much steam behind them. Minnesota defense holding firm as Wheelie Nelson has returned from the penalty box for Minnesota Nice.
It's like a direction of gameplay is going to send Latina Heat to the penalty box as Wheelie Nelson slipping through on her initial pass.
Jam will be called with 4 points being put up by the Brew City Bruisers. 0 for Minnesota Nice. That means, friends, we've got a 5-point game on our hands right now. Minnesota Nice in the lead with 62. Brew City Bruisers with 57. 40 seconds remain on the clock for the first period.
Me, oh my, what's going to happen? Who knows? Whistles are off. The jam is on. Havoc stuck behind some defense of Minnesota in the back. Skady Gaga working against the defense in the front and getting it recycled back all the way by Madame Fury. Like a forearm sending out number 99 Anti-Fascism to the penalty box. And lead jam getting awarded to Skady Gaga.
I heard that call from the OPR from across the track, and that's what I appreciate about them.
Star pass on the side of Brew City to their pivot now jammer. 224, Madame Fury. And you even get some points. Yeah. So that brings us to the end of the first half of gameplay. Brew City Bruisers 61 to Minnesota Nice 64, a 3-point game. We will be back in just under 15 minutes for the second half. And we are coming back for this second half. Brew City Bruisers versus Minnesota Nice. We thought we would shout out our amazing officials crew out there today. For this game, we have Dragon Harass, Gluteus Cactimus, Sadie Masochist, Oxford Coma, Cleo Smackya Jones, Cordova, Silken Tofu, Valkyrie, Ms. Informed, Jezebel O'Kitty, and let's not forget Bippity Boppity Boom, Nick Tater, Sauerkraut, Power Trip, Killer Baker, Havoc, and A. Grew. Thank you to our officials and all our volunteers here at Udder Chaos 2023.
We love you.
We love you and appreciate you. Oh, thank you.
So speaking of things that officials do, taking
Yeah.
a just quick look at the penalties from the first half.
Oh, my.
Nobody is in foul out danger quite yet. We
Knock
have
on wood.
3 skaters on Minnesota Nice who have 3, so getting a little close.
Wah, wah.
But everybody else has only 2, 1, or none. So
Awesome.
lots of penalties assessed in the first half, but the skaters are keeping it pretty spread out.
Yeah.
So very considerate. I'm sure sharing is caring. You got to make sure everybody else has a chance to get a penalty when they want to. So as we line up, getting ready for the second half of Brew City Bruisers in the black versus Minnesota Nice in the white. Minnesota Nice holding a narrow lead, 64 over Brew City Bruisers, 61. We will see Lefse for Dead out there jamming for Minnesota Nice, but it's going to be Madame Fury taking lead for Brew City Bruisers.
Madame Fury really taking advantage of that differential of blockers on the track. Minnesota started with 2 in the penalty box and also a fresh jammer this half. Madame Fury was a pivot in the first half, but new to the jamming lineup here in the second.
Madame Fury with a nice cut into the inside, not cutting the track, just cutting it close.
Just slicing it there. And quick slice up that inside, picking up 4 more points, calling it off for a 12-0 jam in favor of Brew City Bruisers. And, Rich, this is a lead change.
I love that we didn't plan the air horn sound. We just did it.
You're welcome. I should take this off. Eye contact. All right, back on the track. 18 Boo Boo in white for Minnesota. Nice. Going up against 42 Havoc for Brew City Bruisers.
And Havoc out, going to make this 2 Brew City leads in a row to open up the second half. Boo Boo also threw on the initial.
Havoc with a quick dip around the outside and a cut in, picking up all 4 points. And again, a points for Brew City, 0 for Minnesota jam.
That swift dip on that as Havoc came around, turn 2, gave me so much life.
Ugh.
That sparks joy. We're keeping that.
Yeah, a quick dip and a pop. All right, back on the jam line, number 121, Bronze Franz going up against Wheelie Nelson. Bronze Franz 3 in a row for Brew City, lead jam status.
Quick star pass here for Minnesota Nice. Wheelie Nelson passing the star over to the pivot. Brew City quickly turning around their attention over to the pivot. That's 229. There are the numbers. Sodium fine.
Sodium fine.
4 more points up for Bronze Franz and the Brew City Bruisers.
Sodium working against that defense of Mary Death, Beastly Beauty, and someone else that I cannot see their number, but they are doing a good job. That is Medusa Silvestra.
Some great partner work there by Brew City, pushing their blocker friends into the jammer.
All right, that jam comes to an end, and another 7 points put up by Brew City, but Minnesota onto the board for this half with 4. So now the score 84-68.
Big thank you to Udder Chaos sponsor Delta Beer Lab, crafting beer, crafting change.
Short and simple and sweet, just like the beers. Number 86 in the black, that is going to be Cherry Clobber going up against Skatey Gaga in the white for Minnesota Nice. Whistles being blown out there. Lead jammer, though, going to Cherry Clobber.
Out of play block getting called here. Destruction, one of the choppy motions.
Yeah. Nice Cherry Clobber calling off that jam before Minnesota is able to pick up any. The officials confer and say she picked up 3 points on that jam. Nat Geo Wild in the black, wearing the star for Brew City, going up against T-Rex for Minnesota, and T-Rex picks up lead jam status.
Nat Geo Wild also free of the pack. Minnesota taking up a position at the back. Jam will be called. 1 point picked up by Brew City, 3 for Minnesota Nice. A very close jam. 2 points for Brew City.
Lefse for Dead wearing the star for Minnesota, going up against Havoc for Brew City. Lefse for Dead being recycled back by number 13, Mary Death. Lead jammer going to Havoc.
Lefse for Dead, with initially just one blocker to beat, is taken down on the inside and reabsorbed by that Brew City wall. Similarly, at the back, Minnesota is going to hold on to Havoc and say, Havoc, out to the outside you go. Back behind us, please. Thank you. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Come back to our friend the pivot line, will you? Ooh, and Lefse sliding in there on the turn, able to pick up 3 points on that last pass. Root Chicks Roller Derby Apparel is one of our amazing sponsors for Udder Chaos 2023. They started in 2004 at the Rose Bowl Flea Market with a few sassy designs, and in 2005 they set up a vendor table at our first tattoo convention. They traveled for many years, attended shows, and in 2008 set up a table at LA Derby Dolls. They've added local roller derby bouts to their list of tournaments, and they have attended RollerCon and haven't looked back. Check them out at Root Chicks. Get some medics out there. Thank you. Big thank you to our safety and medics and other volunteers here helping us stay safe and helping us return to the track as soon as possible and safely. The next whistle will start the jam. We have Wheelie Nelson back on the jam line for Minnesota Nice and number 86, Cherry Clobber for Brew City.
Both teams do have a full contingent of blockers. Ain't no blocker going to stop Wheelie Nelson, though, right through for lead jam. However, Cherry Clobber right behind. And as seems to happen, now I was going to say that the pack is really picking up speed, and then they decide to stop.
Where are they going? Where are they going? Over there.
Where do y'all gotta be, huh?
So fast, huh? Late. They're late for an appointment, I think. Over on turn 3.
Appointment.
Well,
We'll be here all day. Deal with it.
Thanks, everyone. All right, back on the track. Number 040, Nat Geo Wild with the star for Brew City. Number 65, T-Rex for Minnesota Nice. Ooh, beautiful. Skip up that inside line. Almost free and is your lead jammer, Nat Geo Wild.
There's a valiant effort there by anti-fascism to stop Nat Geo Wild from getting out. Very nearly did so, but great footwork by Nat Geo Wild, keeping it in line, inbounds.
Yeah, nice work by Grace Kelly, keeping the Minnesota defense from being able to recycle back any further. Direction of gameplay is going to go off to someone from Minnesota as Nat Geo Wild calls off that jam.
4 points picked up by Brew City. Minnesota Nice held down to 2. That will bring the score to Minnesota Nice 76, Brew City Bruisers 97, with just under 21 minutes to play in this game.
Havoc with the star in black for Brew City and Lefse for Dead for Minnesota. And picking up lead jam status in the white.
Havoc through the pack on the initial for Brew City. Quick call off by Lefse for Dead. Was it quick enough to deny points? It looks like it was.
So it looks like Havoc got a late hit penalty that is going to send them to the penalty box. So this is going to start a power jam for Wheelie Nelson and Minnesota, quickly picking up lead jam status.
Nice nudge on the inside there by Wheelie Nelson, getting the Brew City Bruisers blockers out of the way. Getting through on the inside, picks up 4 points for Minnesota Nice. Coming in hot, tears through the pack like wet toilet paper. Picks up 4 more points for Minnesota Nice. Havoc now back on the track after serving her penalty. Oh, and a forearm penalty on Havoc will send her right back to the box. Power jam continues for Wheelie Nelson and the Minnesota Nice. And a skating out of bounds penalty assessed to Wheelie Nelson. So we're going to have a bit of a jammer do-si-do in the penalty box.
And this also means that this will be a 2-minute jam as Wheelie Nelson loses lead jammer status when sent to the penalty box. So for your enjoyment and their skating, Ooh, a beautiful straightaway jump there by Havoc to clear the pack on their initial.
Wheelie Nelson only having to serve the time that had remained on Havoc's penalty, or I'm sorry, that Havoc had served, is able to get back on the track pretty quickly here.
And Havoc just going in like a cannonball, picking up those points, shrugging off a high block in the process. The timeout being called by White.
Give us an opportunity to shout out to one of our sponsors here at Udder Chaos and the after party destination after tonight's festivities, IO Arcade Bar. IO is an open and inclusive space for drinkers with a gaming problem. Try any of our custom cocktails or craft beers and stake out your cabinet. With over 70 games to choose from, you can set a new high score on your own or duke it out with your friends. And if the screens get too bright, settle down at the bar and grab a board game and claim a table. And there's always something to do at I.O.
They got pinball machines.
Mm-hmm.
They got lots of video games.
Oh yeah, they got some of that dancing revolution.
Ooh.
Last time I was there, I believe they had Guitar Hero as well. I'm not sure if they still do. I haven't been to the new location. A shameful admission, I know.
How dare you? Well, there's always time today to go to the after party. Woo! So that rolling whistle means that timeout is over and that we will be starting the jam shortly.
So Minnesota Nice starting with a diminished pack strength here. So a 4-2 pack advantage for Brew City.
The T-Rex making quick work of that, picking up lead jam status for Minnesota Nice as Franz stuck behind Minnesota for a quick bit.
Bronze Franz through on the initial, making some big moves for Hustle. Oh, big push there by number 90. Push from 90 on 0-0. Mad Libs will be a blocking wrecking ball. Jam is called. Minnesota Nice picking up 3 points on that jam. Brew City held down to 0. Brings our score to Minnesota Nice 97, Brew City Bruisers 105. 16 minutes, 40 seconds remain to play.
Cherry Clobber returning to the jam line with Lefse for dead, as the penalty box is currently empty. Knock on wood.
Why would you say that, Allie?
Cherry Clobber picks up lead jam status for Brew City. And Lefse almost clear, but looks like Latina Heat says, no thank you.
Back to the pivot line you go. Wouldn't you like to just stay here in turn 1?
It's where everyone wants to be.
It's where most of the crowd is. It's a cozy spot.
It is a
turn 1.
cozy. It's a cozy spot.
You know, our mics are wireless. Maybe we should go to turn 1 too.
Hey, the day is long. Cherry Clobber back in as a star pass happens to the pivot now jammer Sodium Fine. But another 4 points for a total of 8 for Brew City. So now 113 Brew City, 97 for Minnesota Nice. Nat Geo Wild jamming for Brew City, going up against Wheelie Nelson. Wheelie pushing against that tripod of Brew City in front. as Minnesota coalesces around Nat Geo Wild in back like a pack of hyenas on a little wildebeest. So driven to the outside. Unfortunately, it's like a high block, or blocking with the head, sending out a blocker from Minnesota as Wheelie Nelson got absorbed back in. Star pass on the side of Brew City. Now to their pivot. That is number 23, Elise. Wheelie calling off that jam before anyone picks up points, so 0-0, points denial. The Boo Boo on the line in white for Minnesota. Nice. 42 is Havoc for Brew City.
Defenses once again holding firm on that first straightaway.
Frau Kapawa entering from the penalty box, trying to do a little bit of offense. Unfortunately, picking up a direction of gameplay, sending her back to the penalty box as Latina Heat tripping up Boo Boo in the back.
Yeah, Latina Heat is not the one blocker at the back of the pack that you want to see
No, 'cause
as the jammer.
You're probably going to see her at the front of the pack again, too.
Yeah. Didn't I get by you already?
So Boo Boo calling off that jam. We'll see how many points were picked up as the officials confer. 2 points for Minnesota, bringing them to 100. To Brew City's 113 and just over 11. Oh, 114, excuse me. So just over 12 minutes left to go in this second half. Thank you. Whistles are off, and that is T-Rex on the jam line, now wearing the jam star, going against Brew City's rotating defense, picking up a lead jam for Minnesota. Nice.
We've got a star pass down for Brew City. Madame Fury wears the star, has the star in hand, but is knocked to the outside, going to be forced to recycle back to turn one.
Beautiful skip up that inside line, just avoiding the defense from the other side. 224, Madame Fury, clearing that initial pass.
Very quick jam there, netting Minnesota Nice 4 points. Brew City held down to 0. 10 points now separate these teams with 11 minutes remaining to play.
Banzo for Madison's best falafel and hummus. You can visit their Sherman Avenue location, offering dine-in, takeout, or delivery, or check them out online at banzomadison.com.
Rolling into jam 17 of the second half. Lefse for Dead out jamming for Minnesota Nice in the white, up against Cherry Clobber for Brew City in the black. Cherry Clobber out to take lead as Brew City loses number 22, Latina Heat for Brew City.
So that jam is whistled to an end. 0-0 points. Quick reset. And unfortunately, it looks like Latina Heat is going to be picking up 2 penalties, one for the initial penalty and a second for not leaving the track fast enough. Remember, when you get a penalty, you got to get off that track. 5 seconds as Brew City starts this with blockers down in the box. Nat Geo Wild jamming for Brew City against Boo Boo, number 18 in white for Minnesota Nice.
Boo Boo only with 2 blockers to beat at the front will end up getting through thanks to a forearm call on Brew City blocker number 56, Frau Kapow.
Boo Boo through almost untouched for 4 points.
Only a single blocker on the track for Brew City. Number 13, Mary Death, with the shoulder check, will force the call off.
Very nice work on that hit and call off.
All right, so we are going to stop the clock here for an official timeout.
And that gives us time to talk about our friends, Terciops Truncatus Studios is a local Derby-owned independent game design team, bringing you fun games and fun gifts for the gamers in your life. You can play their new Wreck 'em Up space opera, The Day We Fought Space, now available on mobile devices near you. So less than 10 minutes left in this game, and a 2-point game.
And a 4-2 pack advantage for the Minnesota Nice. T-Rex taking good advantage of this, taking lead jam for their team. Havoc still working on the initial as the penalty box begins to empty.
Madam Fury able to recycle T-Rex back for a while, but she...
Nice footwork there by T-Rex, dancing around the last line of Brew City defense. Picks up 4 points for Minnesota Nice. T-Rex having to recycle back into turn one as we have a star pass.
That is going to Madame Fury for the side of Brew City.
Grand total of 7 points for the call-off there for Minnesota Nice, meaning 7 points for them, 0 for Brew City. What does that mean, Allie?
That means that's a lead change. Pew, 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 pew.
All right, Minnesota taking the lead here as Brew City going to call for a team timeout. It'll be their first team timeout utilized this game.
That gives us time to thank our friends at Usman Law. High interest rates have made paying off credit cards and loans harder than ever. To learn the easiest way to pay things off, visit madtownlawyer.com to schedule a free call with attorney Z. Usman, a financial fixer. He can help you freeze interest, halt repossession, stop foreclosure, and end wage garnishment. Visit madtownlawyer.com.
Woo Derby! Woo!
Here's what we have some roller derby fans out there today. Always great.
I like to think that all of these people just happened to be wandering around on John Nolan and saw the signs for Derby and were like, you know what, that seems fun. I'm going to check that out.
I've been wanting to see that. What's going on today? What a great day to start your derby adventure. Back on the track, Left Foot for Dead jamming for Minnesota Nice in white. Big hit up from the defense of Brew City, going up against Madam Fury in the black, jamming for Brew City, working against that three-wall kind of amorphous tripod and back. Big hit from Latina Heat, breaking up that, and more hits coming. And almost got her free, But unfortunately, Madame Fury having to recycle back around. Both blockers slow around turn one, being held up by that defense. A 5-point game on the line currently.
Both defenses have dug in so firmly. Latina Heat in the middle, stuck bridging. Neither of these packs are moving any more than they have to avoid that stop block.
Right. It's really nicely done in terms of blocking and bridging out there. And a little bit of movement, unfortunately. A penalty sending Madame Fury to the penalty box. So now a power jam in favor of Minnesota if they can take control. But woof, that 2-minute jam came to an end. No lead jammer. So, just reset and do it all over again.
Yeah, why not just have a 2-minute endurance test? Love doing that in the last 5 minutes of a game.
Just a 2-minute burnout, fun times. All right, timeout being called from white team. That is Minnesota Nice. And gets to talk about our friends at Meet Meepleton's World of Fun. They can't wait to introduce you to the greatest store you never knew you always wanted. Head over to the Willie Street to check out their offerings of quality vintage and modern toys and pop culture collectibles. Or you can customize your own toy in their workshop. Check out Meet Meepleton's over on Willie Street.
I'd like to remind folks as well, as we get towards the end of this game, we do have 2 whole more games of roller derby on deck for you today. But there are also things to do in between the games, like check out the roller derby merchandise.
Ooh. And if you were interested in joining roller derby as a skater or a volunteer, you can go stop by our recruitment table over near the merch as well and chat with them about what it takes to join and participate.
Our team timeout has wrapped. We are ready to get into Jam 21 of the second half. Power start for Minnesota Nice by Fieri, up to Jam for Minnesota.
Nope, actually that's Boo Boo.
Oh, my mistake.
It's okay.
13 looks a lot like 18.
It's true. Boo Boo trying that inside line, jumping over legs, picking up lead jam status for Minnesota Nice. And Boo Boo and Madame Fury just tangling up on that inside, both getting recycled back. Boo Boo almost free, just shrugging off one last hit from Brew City, picking up another 4 points.
Star has been passed for Brew City. Nice jump on the inside line. Will get number 23, Elise, through. So it looks like Boo Boo picks up a penalty on that last pass. So lead has been forfeit. We now have a 2-minute jam, and Elise and the Brew City Bruisers enjoy a power jam.
Yeah, we love a good apex jump. Unfortunately, you can't hit anyone while you're in the air, and you also can't take anyone down illegally once you land. Oh, unfortunately, a high block is getting assessed to the jammer, Elise from Brew City. Gonna send her to the penalty box. Looks like another penalty. Someone else got assessed something before that jam ended. We have a team timeout being called on the side of, an official review, thank you, being called on the side of Brew City.
Yeah, right at the end of that jam, Brew City did lose their jammer to the box on a high block as well as one of their blockers. So if I had to guess, I would say they're going to try to spring one of them from the joint.
Educated guess. But until we know more, we'll tell you about our friends at UW Health. UW Health is proud to be part of Madison Roller Derby's Udder Chaos 2023. UW Health provides remarkable health care and is committed to serve through medical innovation and unparalleled compassion.
So I don't know if you all have noticed, but Udder Chaos is back. How cool is that?
Moo, 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 moo.
And it is all thanks to a whole herd of volunteers, from the officials to the announcers,
Da-da.
from the ticket takers to the merch sellers, people you see in neon vests, and people behind the scenes. Planners and doers, we wouldn't be here without them. Thank you, volunteers. You the best. So our teams have pled their cases for this official review, or rather, Brew City has pled their case. Our officials congregating, deciding who saw what. We will bring you the details of this official review once it is brought to us at the conclusion of the official review.
This is also a great time to shout out our friends from UDO 608. This weekend, we are fortunate to have officials from 13 different leagues helping us. Officiating is another great way to get involved with roller derby, and Madison's United Derby Officials Local 608 is always looking for new members. For more information, you can email officials at madisonrollerderby.org, or you can chat with us over at the recruiting table.
For those of you who do not have the event schedule memorized, Game 3 will be happening around 5 o'clock. We might be pushing that start time a little bit if this game goes a little longer, but in the next hour, we will be seeing Black Rose Rollers taking on Madison's own Dairyland Dolls.
Get your cowbells ready.
Maybe grab yourself a fan to keep cool and let everyone know how big a fan you are. They're pretty tops. I give them a thumbs up.
It's
I am
true.
a fan of the fan.
Ba-dum-ching. So we're going to hear what that official review was about and let you know in a second.
Thank you very much to Agru, our illustrious communicator from a refereedom. So, the Brew City Bruisers were looking for a back block call on that last apex jump for the Minnesota Jammer. That after a review, the officials found that contact did happen. The penalty will be assessed. Minnesota Jammer off to the box, and Brew City retains their review.
Well done. Well placed official review. So that is then going to start maybe a power jam in favor. Well, no, it looks like both jammers are going to be starting from the penalty box. So it's one of these magic times. when one jammer's going to go and then the other jammer's going to go, and then we're going to be playing roller derby. No, they can be. All right, but both packs ready on the track. And there's a race. Boo Boo in white for Minnesota, and Elise in black for Brew City. Nice defense from Frau Kapow in back, along with Mary Death, as Roland Riz recycles Elise back almost to the jam line.
Once again, these defenses just digging in so deep. They are fueled by the tears of these jammers.
And a nice recycle back by Mary Death on Boo Boo. As both jammers still working on their initial pass.
Elise does manage to get through, but on a no pass, no penalty.
So that means that she had already passed all of the opposing blockers, but because she was driven out at the end there, she was not awarded lead status.
So lead was still open for Boo Boo to take there, which Boo Boo has. Gonna keep this jam rolling so far. Nice run back here happening on Elise. And our defenses have found their footing again. Now we are back to our eco-conscious blockers, just recycling jammers all day long.
Reduce, reuse, recycle your jammers. Big drive out there, almost clear, but a hop does not get Boo Boo clear of that pack. That 2-minute jam comes to an end. 3 points put up by Brew City and 4 for Minnesota, so we have a 5-point game.
And we are going to be lining up with under 30 seconds that remain in this game.
So Brew City has called a timeout to stop the clock at 26 seconds left.
So I think the best way to ensure that this is only the penultimate jam is by saying this, as an announcer, I think that my expertise says this is probably the last jam.
Brave. Very brave of you. Unless there's like 1 second left. I ain't saying that. But, you know.
Oh, I believe in the clock management of these benches. If that jam gets called and there's a second left on that clock, we're seeing the timeout being called. Calling it right now.
Yeah. I believe it. I believe it. A lot can happen in 26 seconds.
Oh, and we are transitioning into an official review. Looks like Minnesota Nice will be exercising their right to party on the inside with the officials by calling an official review.
Say, hey, everyone, come on in here. We have a dance-off? Or maybe we could just talk about the game. There's so many things you could talk about in there. Who knows? But if you want to learn how to skate and play roller derby, we bring in new skaters on a regular basis. You can skate with MRD free for 30 days, and no gear or skates are required. We have loaner gear we are able to lend you. You can head over to the recruitment table over by the merch and the beverage stand to learn more. The end of a game pressure. So exciting.
Oh, and to have that last-minute official review, too, with 5 points separating these teams
Yeah.
that, like, the results of this review could have a major impact on the end of this game. It's super exciting, and I'm having trouble containing myself.
Oh.
Good thing I've got this amazing fan to keep myself cool.
Keep it cool, Rich. Keep it cool. There's a lot of roller derby coming up still.
7 more games this weekend. Not 7, 5.
5.
We have 7 total. Oh, yeah. I saw the fear in your eyes, Allie. So Minnesota was looking for a cut call on the Brew City Jammer for that last jam. However, due to a no pass, no penalty situation for one blocker and a toe stop being out for the other, the no call will stand. Minnesota loses their review for the half.
Lefse for Dead jamming on this jam against Cherry Clobber. Again, maybe the last jam, maybe not. But someone's got to get lead before that happens. A nice recycle back by Anti-Fascism. And a forearm is going to send out Sodium Fine to the penalty box as Minnesota recycles back. Cherry Clobber. Lefse for Dead working against that defense up on turn 1.
Once again, this push of jammer endurance against these immovable walls going to tell the story of this final jam. Oh, and almost as they're free, Cherry Clobber recycled back into turn 1.
Oh, and unfortunately, Latina Heat lost to the penalty box, so now Brew City's defense down to 3.
Brew City losing a blocker. But Lefse for Dead through, now with lead. With the period clock gone, Minnesota Nice in the lead, gonna call the jam. A 0-0 jam looking to be locked in here for Minnesota and Brew City.
What a close and hard-fought game. We are going to wait for the official score.
All I want to hear is that loud, sweepy whistle.
Sweet, sweet rolling whistles.
Lay it on me. That's the one. That's the stuff.
So that is your final. Brew City Brewdozers 125. Your victors, Minnesota Nice 130. Stay tuned for our next game coming up, the Black City.
It'll be
Black Rose Rollers versus Madison Roller Derby Dairyland Dolls coming up at 5 o'clock. I am Alligator.
I'm Rich Mahogany.
And
thank you so much for joining us.
We will see you later.
You can see my heartbeat tonight. I can take the heat, baby, best believe that's the moment I shine. 'Cause every romance shakes and it bends, don't give a damn.
Welcome back, roller derby fans, to Game 3 of Udder Chaos 2023. I am Alligator.
And I'm Assassinate.
You got the A-team now, baby.
Yeah, baby.
We're going to run through these rosters real quickly before we get started.
That's right. We have in black, we have the Black Rose Rollers. Jackie Treehorn, the 101. Number 123, Bacon for Mercy. Number 1760, Biohazard. Number 202, Tiger. Number 22, Jen Hex. Number 229, Sparky. Number 237, Red Rum. Number 282, Dash Ketchum. Number 337, Susan Sharamdam. Number 352, Olive Havoc. Number 36, Meanie. Number 64, Cruzella. Number 825, Rotten to the Corey. Number 83, Grittin' Barrett. Number 84, Phoenix. And number 86, PTSD. The Black Rose Rollers are supported on the bench by Rage, Cruz, and Moxie.
Let's hear it one last time for the Black Rose Rollers All-Stars. And their opponents this afternoon, Madison Roller Derby's Dairyland Dolls, real quickly. 101, Quilla DeVille. 1105, Barrel Roller. 120, Battle Frog. 234, The Manipulator. 238, Radio Smacktive. 26, Germs. 262, Nat Splat. 270, Slyanide. 3, One Hit Wanda. 314, Smack and Cheese. 32, Dalek. 5388 is Dark Horse. Number 314 is Karma Suture. 672 is La March Madness. Number 80, Thrill Show. 800, Bada Boombox. And 847 is Hello Sailor. They are supported on the bench today by Glot, Dill, and Reckless. Let's hear it for your Madison Roller Derby's Dairyland Dolls. It's nice to hear those cowbells. If you're thinking, man, I really like one of those, you can head on over to the merch table. So as far as I know, this is the first time Madison Roller Derby and Black Rose Rollers have played. Exciting, I think.
Ooh.
If I'm wrong, please tell me. But we are on the track getting started. Dark Horse with the star in white for the Madison Roller Derby, and that is Olive Havoc for the Black Rose Rollers. Olive Havoc, okay.
And Olive Havoc cycled to the back by Karma Suture. Both jammers actually working their way through the pack.
Olive Havoc almost through the pack, but getting strung up. But, and there, as I say it, she is free as lead jammer for Black Rose Rollers.
And that is Dark Horse out of the pack for Madison.
That is a nice drawback by Bada Boombox, forcing the call off by Olive Havoc. Picking up 2 points for Black Rose Rollers, first on the board. On the track now, wearing the stars, number 123 in black, Bacon for Mercy, going up against number 314, Smack and Cheese. It sounds delicious, and I am here for it. Smack and Cheese going up against that big defensive coalesced amoeba up front, a whistle being blown, a multiplayer block sending out a Black City Rollers blocker to the penalty box as they continue to bridge out and hold Smack and Cheese.
Bacon for Mercy also being held back by a strong 4-pack of Madison defenders.
Yeah, Thrill Show, Cyanide, One Hit Wanda, and Germs doing a great job in back. Multiplayer block going to send out number 86, PTSD, to the penalty box. Lead jam status going to Smack and Cheese. Smack and Cheese quickly through for 4 points. Big hit and drop up front from the pivot. Black's Rose Rollers. And that pivot, unfortunately, picking up a forearm, sending them to the penalty box as Smack and Cheese clear on that scoring pass. And a low block going to send out another Black Rose Rollers blocker to the penalty box as Cheese is recycled back on that pass. So after that jam comes to an end, a big 12 points put up by Smack and Cheese. Madison Roller Derby 12, Black Rose Rollers 2.
Lining up on the line, on the jammer line, we have Tiger for Black Rose Rollers and Nat Splat for Madison Roller Derby.
Yeah, Black Rose Rollers, a mouthful.
It is.
I keep-
She sells seashells.
by the Black Rose Rollers. So, Nat Splat, everyone coalesced in a fun little amoeba there. Oh, everyone's going to sit down.
Just take a break.
Just everyone sit down, stand up. White direction of gameplay. Hello Sailor going to be sent to the penalty box as lead jammer goes to Tiger of the Black Rose Rollers.
You can see in her eye, in the eye of the tiger.
Right? Star pass has been handed off on the side of Madison to the pivot Karma Suture. And Black Rose calling off that jam before Suture is able to get around and pick up any points. So 4 points for the Black Rose Rollers on that last jam.
And lining up, we have Jen Hex for Black Rose. We have Dalek lining up for Madison.
A little bit of rollback off the whistle there as Madison's defense rolls to meet Jen Hex, the jammer for Black Rose. Dalek still trying to work their way around. One to beat, and unfortunately recycle back by number 237 Red Rum. Nope. 282 Dash Ketchum.
Got to catch them all.
And she does. It's a really nice defense by Black Rose. Grit and Barrett working along with the other blockers as lead jam status does get picked up by Jen Hex almost 1 minute into the jam. And unfortunately, a track cut being assessed to the jammer for Madison Dalek. So
That gives us a power jam.
So this next jam is going to start Black Rose Rollers in a power jam situation. They are fielding all of Havoc back to the jam line with a full contingent of blockers.
And it's a power start.
Madison picking up a little speed off that line, but quickly slowing it down on turn 2. But Olive Havoc, with the assistance of her offense, able to break on through for that initial pass. Nice whip off of their own players. Olive Havoc through for scoring pass.
And we have a star pass to Karma Suture. Oof.
Nice hit out by Battle Frog on the outside. 0 points on that pass. That brings our score to Madison Roller Derby 12, Black Rose Rollers 10. Outreach is Madison and South Central Wisconsin's LGBTQ plus community center, providing support for over 50 years. Outreach has been on the forefront of social change and provides safe spaces and programs for LGBTQ plus people in the Madison and Dane County area.
And they're off. We've got Dark Horse skating for Madison, skating up against Bacon for Mercy. But it is Dark Horse in the white taking lead jammer status.
Whistles sending off someone to the penalty box. That is going to be a Madison pivot one-hit Wanda for a forearm, unfortunately. Big hit on the outside by Germ. Dropping Bacon for Mercy out of the pivot line there.
Bacon for Mercy now cycled to the very back, held up by a Madison tripod.
Dark Horse working, trying to find light through the defense of Black Rose Rollers defense there.
Bacon for Mercy doing a little star stash so she can get through.
And one-hit Wanda returning from the penalty box, working immediately with Germs in the back to catch Bacon. Dark Horse still working up against that that defense with a little bit of help from Slyanide.
It's just it's an amorphous shifting blob of Black Rose skaters, making life difficult.
It's a pretty shape.
Yep.
Both defenses just grinding away these jammers.
Dark Horse tries to make it through the end.
And that jam comes to an end after 2 minutes. We have 4 points put up by Madison and 2 for Black Rose Rollers. So only a 4-point game here in 10 minutes in the first half. New jammer to the jam line, Quilla DeVille for Madison Roller Derby, going up against Tiger.
Quilla DeVille, I thought she was through, but that's a track cut.
Unfortunately, the officials thought different, so this is going to be a power jam in favor of Black Rose Rollers and Tiger. Nice bump out by Battle Frog on the inside. As Tiger recycles back to try again, a multiplayer block is going to send out Battle Frog to the penalty box. Madison only has 2 blockers on the track, doing great defense. Karma, Suture, and Thrill Show. Unfortunately, Karma, Suture picking up a penalty, sending them to the penalty box. But right as Quilla DeVille out of the penalty box herself. Hugs from Thrill Show up front on Tiger, holding her for just a moment. As Quill working around, trying to get around Susan Sharammed him. Tiger battling against the Manipulator and Thrill Show as Battle Frog joins them in just a massive defense as both teams on the straightaway.
They are both teams fighting for every point, but there's 4 more points for Quilla DeVille. Potential star pass.
And that jam comes to an end. 12 points, no, 14 points put up by Madison Roller Derby. 7 by Black Rose Rollers. Our score, Madison Roller Derby 30, Black Rose Rollers 19. A team timeout being called by the Black Rose Rollers.
UW Health is proud to be a part of Madison Roller Derby's Udder Chaos 2023. UW Health provides remarkable health care and is committed to serve through medical innovation and unparalleled compassion. Amy Bua, looking for the perfect place to air out your gear? Call Amy. She's the realtor who will make your experience as smooth as a power jam with 2 in the box, beginning to end like an MVJ. Let's talk about some more of our friends, shall we? Terciops Truncatus Studios is a local Derby-owned independent game design team bringing you fun games and fun gifts for the gamers in your life. Play their new Wreck 'em Up space opera, The Day We Fought Space, now available on a mobile device near you.
So it looks like this has turned into an official review taken by the Black Rose Rollers. We will wait to hear from the officials on the topic of that official review. Always curious. But a really close game here as these two teams meet for the first time at Udder Chaos 2023. And if you are here in person, come on out, get yourself some amazing merch. All right, so word from the inside is Black Rose was challenging the points awarded to the Madison Jammer on that last jam. It was true that 4 points were awarded in error, so those 4 points have been removed from Madison Roller Derby. The Jammer had not completed her initial pass when she went to the penalty box, so she did still need to complete that when she came out. Black Rose Rollers will retain their official review for the half.
Nice catch for the Black Rose bench. Nice catch, Black Rose bench. All right, out on the track, we have some mac and cheese skating for Madison Roller Derby. And for the Black Rose Rollers, we have Olive Havoc.
Also a delicious sounding time.
Yum, yum, yum.
Ooh, big hit by One Hit Wanda. That's going to be a forearm sending her to the penalty box. And Lee Jam getting picked up by Olive Havoc for the Black Rose Rollers. Looks like a multiplayer is going to be assessed to Hello Sailor at the end of that jam before getting called off. 2 points put up by Black Rose, bringing the score to 26-21. Rude Chicks Roller Derby apparel started in 2004 at the Rose Bowl Flea Market with a few sassy designs, and in 2005, we set up a vendor table at a tattoo convention and then traveled again. around there. And in 2008, they set up their first vendor table at LA Derby Dolls, and they haven't looked back since. They have attended RollerCon in 2009 and continue to set up and sponsor local roller derby bouts across the nation.
And that is Bacon for Mercy takes lead jammer status for Black Rose. Nat Splat still working her way through her initial pass.
And a direction of gameplay getting assigned to a Black Rose blocker, sending her to the penalty box. That is number 36, Meanie. Nat Splat still working against a 2-wall now, bridging out of Black Rose blockers. Almost through on her initial. All right, so Black Rose Rollers putting up 5 points on that jam. That means Madison Roller Derby 26, Black Rose Rollers 26. We have a tie game.
That's the tie game kazoo, the official tie game notification device for tie games. Once again, that is.
Back on the track, we have Barrel Roller jamming for the Dairyland Dolls, going up against Tiger for Black Rose Rollers.
Barrel pushes, barrel pushes. Tiger pushing.
Thrill Show going up to try to offer a little bit of offensive help to make some space for Barrel. Tiger working against that braced 3-wall in back of Manipulator, Cyanide, and a pivot that is doing a great job, and I can't see their number. That's Karma Suture.
Thrill Show has attempted to do some offensive help.
And nicely done peeling off one of the other opposing blockers to try to give Barrel a little bit more space. And Barrel Roller picking up lead jam status. Barrel back in, picking up some points. Karma Suture just kind of mixing things up in the front there. Getting in the way, and also, you never know. That 2-minute jam elapsed. Well done by both jammers, but well done blockers at defense. Only 2 points put up by either team. Delta Beer Lab, crafting beer and crafting change. And they're also the location of our after party tomorrow night, Sunday.
That's tomorrow night. All right, we have Gen Hex up there. We have Dark Horse out there. And it is Dark Horse.
Dark Horse able to jump over that apex. Big hit on a Black Rose blocker to get them off the line.
4 points for Dark Horse.
Track out opposing blocker, jammer.
Opposing jammer.
Let's see, hang on. Yeah, she is. So unfortunately, the jammer for Black Rose Rollers, Jen Hex, picking up a track cut penalty, making this a power jam in favor of Madison Roller Derby. Black Rose Rollers doing a great job of coalescing and bringing Dark Horse to a stop. And direction of gameplay going to be going to Bada Boombox from Madison, as Dark Horse still battling against that braced wall.
They're getting low. That's a strong wall.
Great defense going on by the Black Rose blockers. That is Phoenix, Gritton Barrett, and Red Rum. There's someone else in there too, and I'll say your name when I see it. That's Sparky.
Ooh, Sparky shifting back to help out. Mixing
Sparky.
it up.
Sparky decides to do a little offense in back. Battle Frog says, all right, I'll do a little offense in front. We'll see if it makes any difference.
Treja.
Yeah. So 8 points put up by Madison Roller Derby. Now a 10-point game. Madison 36, Black Rose Rollers 26. Wow, the defense in this game.
Such incredible defense from both teams, yes.
Yeah, sometimes you see scores that are like in the hundreds or something in that first half, but to be almost at the end of this first half and have it be such a low-scoring game really speaks to the defense by both of these teams. Quilla DeVille on the outside, jamming for Dairyland Dolls, but Olive Havoc picking up lead jam status for the Black Rose Rollers.
Olive Havoc does this really good job of being like a point guard where she'll do gestures and her blockers will know what that means.
Yeah, calling plays and stuff.
Yeah.
Really nice offensive move by Jackie Treehorn on the inside of that last jam. Oh, back on the jam line, we have Bacon for Mercy going up against Smack and Cheese. Smack and Cheese trying to just fight her way up the inside, and unfortunately, Bacon for Mercy sees that opening and takes it, quickly peeking up lead jam status. And Bacon calling off the jam. We'll see when the dust settles how many points she was able to pick up. That is going to be 2 points for the Black Rose Rollers. Nat Splat for the Dairyland Dolls in white, going up against...
That's Olive Havoc.
Thank you. I'm looking right at it, and I can't say it. Olive Havoc just weaving her way through the Dairyland Dolls blockers. One to beat, that's Karma Suture. Lead jam picked up by Black Rose Rollers.
And we've got a star pass. We have a star pass to Karma Suture.
So 4 points put up by Black Rose. 1 point game. Check out WORT 89.9 FM, your local community radio station, online, on our app, or in person. Be part of your community radio and volunteer today at WORT.
We've got Tiger up there, and we've got Dalek out there.
They're both gonna jam, doing their thing.
Just derbying it up.
Nice knockout by Susan Sharamdam. And unfortunately, Dalek sneaking away with lead jam status for the Dairyland Dolls.
Exterminate. Apex.
Beautiful apex jump as Battle Frog continues to recycle Tiger back. And Dalek getting recycled back a little bit by the Black Rose Rollers defense. From the out to the in, a little bit of help from Germs, a blocker from her own team. But number 825, Rotten to the Corey, giving her a hard time, recycling her all the way back to that pivot line. And Dalek with a little speed, making it out for another 4 points. And Dalek looking to slice through, unfortunately, getting a little hung up there. A little offense from Hello Sailor, blocker from Dairyland Dolls. Looks like a forearm going to go to Sailor on that help, unfortunately. And that 2 minutes ends. No one called off that jam, but a big 12 points put up by Dalek. And Madison Roller Derby bringing that point to 48-35. Barrel roller back on the jam line for the Dairyland Dolls, going up against Olive Havoc. And Olive Havoc through as your lead jammer for the Black Rose Rollers.
Olive, what she's having.
And will you also have a star pass that is going on the Madison side to the pivot? Now jammer, Karma Suture. Beautiful apex jump on the side of Karma Suture.
Olive getting signal from the bench.
And it looks like an additional point picked up by Karma before the end of that jam. I love it when a pivot picks up some points. It's always nice.
Pivot picked up points.
Nice to work on your
Pickled
tongue.
peppers.
Your papooses. Bacon for Mercy lined up against Dark Horse. Bacon on that inside line as getting stuck as Dark Horse picks up lead jam status for Madison.
Nay! Bacon through the pack. Bacon sizzles toward the inside.
Nice defense from Battle Frog, recycling Bacon back to turn one. And a nice recycle back by Thrill Show now. Nene almost through, getting stuck up again on the defense of Black Rose. Sometimes you just got to push all your friends out because you might get the jammer too. Battle Frog with some offensive help as she's able to, but then leaving Dark Horse on her own.
Dark Horse cycled all the way back.
Yeah, great defense on the side of Black Rose Rollers. And equally great offense or defense by the Madison blockers as well. Got Bada Boombox, One Hit Wanda, and Battle Frog. And that jam ends. We do have a timeout being called. Official review being called by the Black Rose Rollers. A great time to use an official review and stop the clock.
Bonzo for Madison's best falafel and hummus. Visit their Sherman Avenue location offering dine-in, takeout, or delivery. Or check them out online at bonzomadison.com. Hummus? Hum yes. Meepleton's World of Fun can't wait to introduce you to the greatest store you never knew you always wanted. Head on over to Willie Street to check out their offering of vintage, quality, and modern toys and pop culture collectibles, or customize your own toy in their workshop. Meepleton's World of Fun.
I love Meepletons. They have so much weird stuff. And you're like, you remember Garbage Pail Kids? They got them.
They have Garbage Pail Kit?
They sure do.
Woo.
Every old Masters of the Universe, they got them. All right, back to the action on the track. Quilla DeVille lining up in white for Madison Roller Derby. Olive Havoc for Black Rose in the black. And Olive Havoc just muscling her way through, picking up a lead jam status.
Little DeVille gets sent to the penalty box for a track cut.
So this is a power jam in favor of the Black Rose Rollers, as Quilla DeVille did pick up a track cut, sending her to the penalty box. So Madison just trying to solidify the defense and hold back Olive.
4 more points for Olive. Olive makes an attempt toward the inside. Karma Suture and Sly-Eyed recycle her back. Quilla DeVille out of the penalty box. Both teams now at full strength.
Nice work on the inside line there, Olive. Taking your time, picking up 4 more points on that pass.
We've got a star pass to Karma Suture.
Direction of gameplay going to one of the blockers from Black Rose.
Olive Havoc cycled all the way back by Sly-Eyed. Oh, such excellent.
And everyone gets recycled back. You get a recycle.
You get a recycle. You get a recycle.
So at the end of that long jam, we have come to intermission. 3 points put up by Karma Suture on that jam, and 12 for Black Rose Rollers. Score at the half is Madison 68, Black Rose Rollers 59. A 9-point game. Ooh. So we will be back in just under 10 minutes for this second half.
Stick around.
See you later. in this intermission for this amazing second half. We would love to acknowledge our officials for this game.
Yes, let's talk about the officials here. We have Scotchy Scotch Scott, Mistress of Evil, Lucan the Other Way, Uno Mas, Mimi First, John Lane, Rosie, Red, Mortricia, Tawanda, Dr. Donna, Guinness, Wishbone Breaker, Illinois, Roll Call, Dark Matter, Dr. Brew, and Sam Antics.
And I have also been told, and we would like to acknowledge that this is John Lane, our official's 1,000th bout.
1,000 bouts for John Lane.
So if we can get a little round of applause for the official extraordinaire.
1,000. I didn't even know they made numbers that high.
I know, not hardly in roller derby. I mean, you always count by 4s and 5s. So I know they took away the jammer point, but yet he still made 1,000. And if you also would like to volunteer for Madison Roller Derby and hit your 1,000th game someday, you can join us. We are very fortunate to have officials from 13 different leagues helping us here this weekend. Officiating is another great way to get involved with roller derby, and Madison's United Derby Officials Local 608 is always looking for new members. For more information, you can email officials@madisonrollerderby.org. Oh. No one's in penalty trouble.
Looking at the penalties here, we see that no one's really in penalty trouble. We got one or two skaters with 3 and 4 penalties.
But pretty good, pretty clean.
Pretty safe.
It's a good check.
Yeah. You need me to have good so people don't bother talent.
No, he's professional. He can be back here. He's good. The executive director said it's okay. I know. I'll give you the pass. All right, we are going to get started here very shortly. Dark horse with the star for Madison in the white. That is
Olive Havoc.
Olive Havoc in black for Black Rose Rollers. Big coalescing of blockers there on the straightaway as the jammers trying to wiggle their way on through. And it looks like Olive Havoc, not your lead jammer. That's going to go to Dark Horse from Madison.
Apparently, we were informed on social media that you can just say Black Roll or Black Rose. We don't need to say rollers.
Thank you.
So,
That helps helpful. Nice recycle back by Karma Suture on the jammer, Olive Havoc.
4 points. Dark Horse.
And Karma says, hey, join me here by the jam line, will you? And nice delivery to her other blocker, to their other blockers. Hello Sailor on the inside and Battle Frog. Great defense up front by Jackie Treehorn. And I'm trying to see some numbers. We got Jackie Treehorn. We have Biohazard doing a great job out there for Black Rose. And a nice drawback by Phoenix as well now on the jammer for Madison. And that jam comes to an end. It's like 8 points put up by Madison and 3 by Black Rose. A quick changeover there. Smack and cheese jamming for Madison, and that is Bacon for Mercy for Black Rose. Bacon trying that outside, but tangling with Madison's defense. And Smack and Cheese almost out herself, but getting tangled up by the defense of Black Rose.
Everything's better with Bacon.
It's true.
Lead jammer status goes to Bacon for Mercy. Picking up 4 points.
Nice apex jump by Bacon as Madison loses a blocker, Cyanide, to the penalty box for direction of gameplay. And Madison has a star pass on the side to their pivot. Now jammer, one hit Wanda. Oh, Jesus. And unfortunately, one hit Wanda picking up a back block penalty, sending her to the penalty box, making this a power jam in favor of Black Rose. Nice penalty suppression there by Cyanide and Thrill Show, but that power jam will extend into the next jam for Black Rose. So putting up 11 points on that last jam, now only a spread of 3 points for this one, and now starting on a power jam. Fielding Olive Havoc. A smart move. Olive Havoc picking up lead jam status. Big hit on the outside by Battle Frog as Olive gets caught.
Wanda's out of the penalty box. Wanda is engaging with the Black Rose trio of blockers. A group of blockers.
High block sending Battle Frog to the penalty box. The defense for Black Rose doing a great job of bridging out and recycling back. One hit Wanda. But Madison replies with a recycle of their own, courtesy of Karma Suture.
Olive testing the seams.
Unfortunately, a track cut is going to send one hit Wanda back to the penalty box. So it's going to be another power jam, and Olive Havoc is going to take this opportunity to call it off and reset with a new jammer. Timeout being called by Madison Roller Derby's bench. That gives us time to talk about our friends over at Usman Law, one of our wonderful sponsors for Udder Chaos. High interest rates have made paying off credit cards and loans harder than ever. To learn the easiest way to pay things off, visit madtownlawyer.com to schedule a free call with attorney Z. Usman, the finance fixer. He can help you freeze interest, halt repossession, stop foreclosure, and end wage garnishment. Visit madtownlawyer.com.
IO Arcade Bar, which coincidentally is where the after party is tonight. IO is an open and inclusive space for drinkers with a gaming problem. Try any of our custom cocktails or craft beers and stake out your cabinet. With over 70 games to choose from, you can set a new high score on your own or duke it out with friends. And if the screens get too bright, settle down at the bar or grab a board game and claim a table. There's always something to do at IO.
Yeah, I can't wait for the after party there tonight. Should be fun. Back on the track, Tiger is the jammer of record for Black Rose, and starting this on a power jam. Bit of a pile up on turn 1-2. But Tiger stands up and emerges as lead jammer. Nice offensive sweep by Black Rose's defense. Number 84, Phoenix, doing great work out there, getting Tiger through.
Yes, that gives Tiger a chance to pick up 4 points. We've got a star pass to Thrill Show.
It's quick and sneaky. So 2 more points put up on that pass for a total of 6 points on that jam. And I believe, is that going to be a lead change?
Lead change.
Lead change. Black Rose now with 82 to Madison 76. Dark Horse with the star in white. And Olive Havoc in black.
And it is Olive Havoc. Not. And it is Dark Horse, your lead jammer.
Ooh, bit of a tangle there with Battle Frog around looking for a whip on their own player. Very good sportsman.
Good sportspersonship.
Mm-hmm. Love to see it. Love to see it. Whistle being blown somewhere. Looks like Germs is going to head to the penalty box to think about something for 30 seconds. As Dark Horse working against that defense of Black Rose on turn 1-2. Really nice braced 2-wall. Madison with a brace 2-wall of their own in back, holding Olive Havoc by the pivot line. And Olive sees some light and takes it, getting through for 4 points. Looks like Dark Horse also takes advantage of the chaos and is through for 4 of her own. Olive getting pushed back by that defense. Really nice work from Battle Frog, Hello Sailor, Germs, and ooh. Well, that jam came to an end.
Yes, it did. It certainly did.
So 8 points put up by both teams. Still a 6-point game with Black Rose Rollers in the lead.
And we have Bacon for Mercy skating against Nat Splat.
Nat Splat getting corralled there to the middle. A little bit of offensive help by Thrill Show, springing her 3 for lead jam status for Madison. And Nat entering the pack there. A little bit of help from Thrill Show on offense. And Bacon for Mercy, seeing that inside line open up, picking 4 points up. Nat able to pick up 3 points for calling off the jam, making sure Black Rose can't pick up any more points. If you are here in-house or online, you can go to our website, madisonrollerderby.org. You can pick up some amazing merch. We have some cool new retro-themed shirts, a bunch of new Udder Chaos patches and shirts, and amazing comfy blankets and fans for you trackside.
Blankets for if you're cold and fans for if you're warm.
Back on the track, number 22, Jen Hex jamming for Black Rose, going up against number Quilla DeVille, number 101. And Quill, unfortunately, picking up a track cut. I believe her third as a jammer in this game, sending her to the penalty box. Now a power jam in favor of Black Rose. And Jen Hex picking up lead jam status. Really nice offense by Black Rose to sweep up and get some movement going on the Dairyland Dolls defense. 3 points for a timeout is being called by Black Rose. Gives us time to thank our friends at TQ Diamonds, one of our amazing sponsors here for Udder Chaos 2023. TQ Diamonds is Madison's premier jewelry shopping destination, a family-owned, independent, full-service jewelry store. TQ Diamonds offers an amazing experience at a fair price, unlike other jewelers. Specializing in diamonds, engagement, and wedding rings, along with custom design and jewelry repair, TQ Diamonds services and selects to make your jewelry buying experience easy and enjoyable. Check us out at tqdiamonds.com today.
That's right, and Outreach Madison. Outreach is Madison and South Central Wisconsin's LGBTQ plus community center, providing support for over 50 years. Outreach has been on the forefront of social change and provides safe spaces and programs for the LGBTQ plus people of Madison and Dane County.
That 5 seconds means we are about to start here. Olive Havoc on the line. Jammer for Black Rose, picking it up quickly in like 5 seconds before Quill was released from the penalty box. Quill with a big hit on that outside. Whistle, track cut. Oh, a change of fates, if you will.
Change of fates.
A track cut picked up by Olive Havoc, the jammer for Black Rose, thus losing lead jammer status and making this a 2-minute jam in addition to being a power jam for Madison. And Quill through for her initial pass.
Whoa.
Big hit entering, and one hand out of bounds is okay. 4 points put up by Quilla DeVille and Madison. Quill slicing through those 2 blockers for Black Rose for another 4 points. Whistle being blown. We'll see what happens. Manipulator headed to the penalty box. And again, Olive Havoc out of the penalty box, having served that penalty and picking up points. Thrill Show getting lost to the penalty box for a high head block. As both jammers are now back in the pack right before that 2-minute jam elapsed. Ooh. A lot of work getting done these last couple jams. 15 points put up by Quilla DeVille and 11 by Olive Havoc, bringing the score to Madison 102, Black Rose 108, a 6-point game.
This is a great game.
Isn't it? I'm here for it. The Dark Horse wearing the star on the track, going against Bacon for Mercy. Whistle being blown. A multiplayer block going to be sending out number 86 PTSD as a recycle back by Battle Frog on Bacon Mercy with the assistance from Hello Sailor and the bridging of the manipulator. Thrill Show coming out of the penalty box and immediately going up to play some offense for Dark Horse.
Dark Horse takes lead jammer status.
Yeah, great job on the defense from Black Rose, holding almost 40 seconds. Dark Horse back in, picking up points, pulling a multiplayer block from one of the Black Rose skaters. I believe that was Meanie. Star Pass has been handed off on the side of Black Rose to their pivot, now jammer, Grittin' Barrett. Big hit on the inside on Thrill Show to get out of the pack.
Four more points for Dark Horse.
And Grit trying in kind of an apex tiptoe, but decided to recycle to not pick up any track cuts. And nice pack work by Madison, pulling it out of play penalty and allowing Nene or Dark Horse to be able to pick up more points. And after that jam, 16 points put up by Dark Horse, bringing our score to Madison 118, Black Rose Rollers 111. This is a lead change. Woo, back and forth this game. Back on the track, Tiger with the star for Black Rose, Dalek with the star for Madison. Just around 12 minutes left to go. Tiger emerging first with lead jammer status. And a bunch of penalties getting assessed to blockers from both teams. But a recycle from Karma on Tiger.
Karma is the recycling master.
Yeah. And Ty getting driven to the inside, calling it off. And now a 9-point game.
And we have Olive Havoc lining up against some macaroni and cheese.
Smack and Cheese emerging first, and lead jammer for Madison. A Stars stash, but no pass on the side of Black Rose, springing Olive Havoc free. Nice pass by Smack and Cheese as Olive Havoc having to get recycled and make her way back through after tussling with Battle Frog. Olive looking for daylight on the inside line, but good luck with that.
Phoenix Recycling back, Smack and Cheese.
They just went to there.
4 points for Olive Havoc as the jam comes to its conclusion.
That brings our score to Madison Roller Derby 134, Black Rose Rollers 125. Oh, nope, just kidding. There's some sneaky points in there. Madison's now at 138. Remember, if you are here with us on Saturday, you can join us tonight at the IO Arcade Bar for a after party with food and drinks available for purchase. Jen Hex with the star for Black Rose and Dark Horse for Madison. Whistles being blown. It looks like a high block going to be assessed where that is going to be to Slyanide, a blocker for Madison. And a multiplayer getting assessed to Jackie Treehorn, a blocker from Black Rose. So number 123, Bacon for Mercy, lining up as the jammer for Black Rose. Nat Splat for Madison. Both teams with some blockers in the penalty box. Bacon for Mercy hopping back and forth, trying to open up some space, and is able to do so. Picks up lead jam for Black Rose. Star pass on the side of Madison to the pivot now jammer Thrill Show.
4 quick points for Bacon. Thrill Show versus Phoenix, the sequel. 4 points for Thrill Show.
Black Rose calling off that jam after 7 points. Closing the gap here with under 7 minutes left to go in a 10-point game. Who is here cheering for Black Rose Rollers? Woo, woo. All right. Can we hear who's here cheering for Madison Roller Derby? Smack and Cheese on the line for Madison. Olive Havoc for Black Rose.
And it is Smack and Cheese, takes late jammer status. Olive Havoc doing a little star stash. Cycled back by one, hit Wanda.
That looks like a forearm picked up by Karma Suture on that block there, sending them to the penalty box.
Olive Havoc now through the pack.
And she's working against that defense of Black Rose, just stymieing her forward movement. Really nice work by PTSD. And a wall, looks like with Biohazard. Whistles being blown. That's a forearm sending someone to the penalty box. That's going to go to Battle Frog. And one last hit from One Hit Wanda for Olive is through for 4 points.
Black Rose making this game a little closer, 1 point closer to be exact.
Yeah, in under 5 minutes. Dalek on the line. Ooh. So this is a timeout. Who called this timeout? I think it was the officials. It was this guy. I always think that's funny when the officials like to do that. If it's still doing it like this guy. Otherwise, it's point. There's like enough volunteers we could hit again.
We want to thank the volunteers. Udder Chaos is here thanks to a whole herd of volunteers. Oh, we're back on the track. But I'm going to finish saying this. Whole herd of volunteers, from the officials to the announcers, from the ticket takers to the merch sellers, people you see in neon vests, people behind the scenes, planners and doers. We wouldn't be here without them. Thank you, volunteers.
We appreciate you all. Back on the track, Tiger jamming for Black Rose. Dalek jamming for Madison. We got a whistle. What's that going to be? That's going to be a multiplayer block sending someone out, and unfortunately a track cut sending someone else out.
That's a track cut for Dalek.
Unfortunately, so this is going to be a power jam in favor of Black Rose and Tiger. Big hit by Battle Frog, catching Tiger on the outside. Madison defense continuing to cycle back up. But Tiger, with the assistance of her offense, clearing for 4 points and calling it off.
Smart tactical play there, calling off the jam. The next jam will be a power start.
Yeah, and we only have a 1 point game, right? Thank you. Actually, it's a 5 point game.
Power start for Bacon for Mercy. Late jammer status, Bacon for Mercy. Dog Doll out of the penalty box, engaging with the Black Rose defenders. Blockers.
Karma with hugs for the jammer in the back there. Bacon for Mercy working their way through. Whistles. We got a direction of gameplay going to Cyanide. And we have a star pass on the side of Madison going to the pivot. Now jammer, Karma Suture. So now it's a 1 point game.
1 point. 1 point separates these combatants in this field of battle. Who will arrive victorious?
Who knows? But we'll know hopefully at the end of 2 minutes. We have Olive Havoc on the line going up against Dark Horse. Olive Havoc emerges first as lead jammer quickly. Black Rose has control, and they need to pick up points and stay in front.
Hit it, quit it, forget it.
So they pick up that quick 4 points, and that means Black Rose Rollers 148, Madison Roller Derby 145, a lead change. Dark Horse lining back up as the jammer, going up against Tiger. It's a battle of the animals.
Who will it be? Who will it be?
Karma Suture getting sent out for, it looks like, a forearm. Madison one-hit Wanda is one to beat for Tiger. But beat her she does. Tiger picking up lead jam status for Black Rose. And Dark Horse out.
This is a game.
Dark Horse almost around the outside, but getting caught up and forced to recycle as Tiger threw for 4 points. We are going to wait to see the dust settle and see how many points Madison was able to put up. And with that final whistle, our score is final. Madison Roller Derby 149, and your winners, Black Rose Rollers 152.
Give it up for both teams.
And if you would like to come out and hit hands and congratulate them, you can come on out to the end of the track. Just remember, COVID's still a thing, and there's hand sanitizer all over here.
Please wash your hands.
Please wash your hands.
Don't touch me until you do.
Thank you so much for sticking with us. We have one bout left this evening.
One bout left this evening, but 3 more tomorrow.
Oh my gosh, the fun isn't done for Udder Chaos 2023. But I am for today. I've been Alligator.
And I've been Assassinate.
And we will see you later.
And we're back, you idiots.
Whoa! Hello, Madison.
Getting a little spicy. Last game of the day.
Yeah. Appropriate, Mr. Hot Sauce over
Yep.
here. So we are here at the final game of day one of Udder Chaos 2023. We are going to see North Star Roller Derby's Supernovas taking off the home team, Madison Roller Derby's The Herd.
That's right. My friend right here is Rich Mahogany.
And my friend right here is Assassinate. We're here to talk about some derby to you tonight.
All right, and let's skating for the North Star Roller Derby Supernovas is number 120, Face Melter. Number 1300, Katarina Hit. Number 14, Judgment Bay. Number 15, GG Wiz. Number 17, Red Hot Toddy. Number 19, Karen. Number 20, Lemony Kick It. Number 205, Alabama Slamma. Number 300, Aerial Assault. Number 46, Hit List. Number 520, Flirty Fly. Number 58, the Captain, Saltine. Number 622, Kilroy. Number 7, Guillotina. And number 906, Sasbury. Give it up for the North Star Roller Derby.
And we are about to get into this first jam, so we will bring you the Herd roster after this first jam. Starting off on the line for this first jam for the Herd in white, it's Radio Smacktive. She'll be jamming against North Star Roller Derby's Sasbury in the green.
And that is Sasbury taking lead jammer status.
Quick recycle by number 1337 Melee for the Herd. Radio Smacktive coming up to threaten points will force the call off from North Star. They do pick up 2 points to the Herd's 0. Quick rundown of the Herd roster for you here tonight. We've got number 1105 Barrel Roller, number 1337 Melee, number 141 Hammer Abbey, number 150 Amperslam, number 207 Slam Chowda, number 238 Radio Smacktive, number 273 Crystal Ice, number 29 Dammit Janet, number 32 Dalek, number 427 Shelby Cobra, 502 Louisville Slugger, 672 La March Madness, 7184 Wolframmer, 777 Hailstorm, and number 81 Good Riddance.
And out on the track, Barrel Roller is skating for the Herd. Barrel has lead jammer status. Skating for North Star Roller Derby in green is Lemony Kick It.
Barrel Roller coming in fast and hot, crashes into the wall, but gets held up. Oh, Lemony Kick It going for the apex jump, but does not quite land it legally. That's going to be a track cut. So power jam for Barrel Roller and the Herd. And it's like me saying it, summoned the penalty.
That's right. This jam will go the full 2 minutes.
So that was a back block penalty, sending Barrel Roller to the penalty box. Of course, we do not want a jammerless jam, so Lemony Kick It is released from the box, Barrel only needing to serve the amount of time that Lemony had left. So we are going to have, as you said, Nate, that 2-minute jam. Lemony Kick It out there scoring points. Barrel working on the initial pass yet, I believe.
Lemony is through. 4 more points.
Barrel pushing up at the front. No pack is called. They're going to have to let them go. Oh, number 58 for North Star. That was Saltine, not quite able to disengage in time, is called to the penalty box for a destruction call. Barrel trying to get through on the inside line, but is knocked down, forced to recycle back into turn 1. And the pack will just settle there. This is where the pack shall stay for the winter.
And the pack shall be planted, and the pack shall stay. Yea, unto the end of days.
It was good. The jam was good. 12 points up for North Star. We've got number 7. We got 7 points then for the Herd. Sounds like there might be some quick score adjustments. We'll bring you any updates that come from that. But for the now, we are into the next jam. Amperslam jams for the Herd in white. Katarina hit for North Star in the green.
Amperslam, lead jammer status.
Katarina hitting bodies, making them hit the floor. Will get through, completes the initial pass for North Star. Amperslam pushing right through the center of the North Star wall and calling the jam. Will pick up 4 points for the Herd. Supernovas picking up 1 point. And we are going to go into an official timeout. Gives us an opportunity to thank one of the sponsors here at Udder Chaos this weekend, Amy Bua. Looking for the perfect place to air out your gear? Call Amy. She's the realtor who will make your experience as smooth as a power jam with 2 in the box, beginning to end like an MVJ.
Jersey Ops Truncated Studios is a local Derby-owned independent game design team bringing you fun games and fun gifts for the gamers in your life. Play their new Wreck 'em Up space opera, The Day We Fought Space, now available on a mobile device near you.
Near me?
Near you,
Oh
verily.
My. So as the score is ironed out from that official timeout, we got 3 points up on the board for North Star, 4 for the Herd, bringing the score to the Herd 11, North Star 15. Penalty box is empty as we get into jam number 4. And Sasbury for North Star taking a quick lead jam. Hailstorm for the Herd working on the initial still.
Sasbury through for 4 points.
Hailstorm almost through it, but is knocked down to the outside, forced to recycle into the turn 2 apex.
4 more points for Sasbury.
So we do have a star pass here for the Herd. Pivot now with the star in hand.
Wow. Round the outside is Sasbury for 4 more points.
That Herd pivot only has 2 blockers left to beat. Just the one now, and there it is.
We have a star pass to Hammer Abbey. It's hammer time.
Hammer Abbey, announcer turned pivot. Pivot turned jammer. Will force the call off. 16 points picked up by North Star. Herd down to 0, but able to force that call off.
And lining up, we have Damn It Janet lining up for the Herd, and Lemony Kick It for the North Stars.
Both defenses locking into this tripod formation with a float blocker. Very effective defensive position, able to kind of let that wall be pretty fluid. And if you need to send that extra float up to play some offense, they can if the back is secure.
And it is Lemony Kick It taking lead jammer status for the Supernovas.
Damn it, Janet working her way up to the front. Does just have 2 blockers to beat. It's a race. Oh, number 58 for North Star. Saltine almost able to catch, but wisely aware of the zone of engagement, has to let DJ go. Lemony Kick It through for 4 points. Damn it, Janet does manage to steal away 2 at the end of that jam. Brings our score to the Herd 13, North Star 35, with just under 23 minutes remaining to play in the first half.
And it looks like the Supernovas, at least so far, are running a 3-jammer rotation. The Herd running about, so far, 5 jammers.
So many jammers. Radio Smacktive back on the line for the Herd, going up against Katarina Hit for North Star. Katarina Hit trying to push through on the inside, but is going to be forced to recycle back behind Crystal Ice. Ice then running right back up to the front to try to catch Katarina Hit, but Katarina Hit going a little too fast, going to take lead jam for the Supernovas.
Hit it and quit it called by Katarina Hit.
That will be 1 point garnered up to the Supernovas. Herd held down to 0.
And that is Barrel Roller and Sasberry, both lining up for the Herd and Supernovas, respectively.
Sasberry getting a little stuck between the Herd's blockers and the jammer. She will be able to ping-pong through the pack. Getting through takes lead for the Supernovas. Sasberry coming in hot, but the door is closed on the inside, but the window's open on the out. Through she flies.
When you find a door closed,
a window opens.
A window opens.
When one door closes, jump out the window.
Yes.
No, don't do that. Unless it's a floor level window. And don't jump through it. Do not take any advice from Rich Mahogany. Don't.
Oh, big hit.
Massive hit from Saltine on Barrel Roller. Right as the jam comes to a close, 12 points up for North Star. Herd held down to 0. Score now stands North Star 48, Herd 13.
And your matchup at the jammer line is as follows. Amperslam in white for the Herd and Lemony Kick It in green for Supernovas. Amperslam takes lead jammer status.
Lemony Kick It being recycled on the inside. Jukes to the out. Picks up a little too much speed. Is forced to kind of skips over the rope, comes back in.
Kick It.
Jam will be called before North Star can pick up any points. Herd picks up 3 on that jam. So we're going to line up here for jam number 9. Quick shout out to Bonzo. Bonzo for Madison's best falafel and hummus. Visit their Sherman Avenue location offering dine-in, takeout, or delivery, or check them out online at bonzomadison.com.
Lining up on the jammer line, we have Hailstorm lining up for the Herd. We've got Katarina Hit lining up for the Supernovas. What do we have here? Do we have a jammer race? We do.
Oh! Katarina Hit taking the hit out on Hailstorm, but they both go down, both go out. Hailstorm manages to get back in first. They are the jammer in the lead. However, Katarina Hit is the lead jammer. Pat going to pick up speed, and jam will be called after no points scored.
Who do I see out there? I see Sasberry. Who else do I see? I see Damn It Janet. Sasberry in the green. Damn It Janet in the white.
Both jammers trying to force their way through the blockers rather than testing that outside edge. That was poignant commentary, Rich. Thanks, Rich. So these defenses have been very stretchy, very sticky walls. The Jammers have had some success pushing right through, as Dammit Janet has here, taking lead jam for the herd.
Yeah, we got some jammer on jammer action. You see, I saw them give each other a nice little smile as they passed each other. Love it.
It's fun to skate fast with your friends.
Yes.
As the dust settles, score will be 2 points up for the herd, 0 points for North Star. Brings our score to the herd 18, North Star 48.
Lemony kick it. Radiospective.
Radio smacked it with the fast feet, quickly getting to the front of the pack. Supernova's defense doing a great job of staying up in front of Radio Smacktive, but Dio pushes them outside of the zone of engagement, takes lead jam for the herd.
Both skaters, so fast. Dio calls it off.
One point picked up by the herd in that jam. North Star stealing away 3.
Dalek making her jamming debut for this bout. Jammed a bunch for the last one.
Yes, definitely a bit of shared rosters between the A and B team for Madison.
Katarina hit out there in the green for the Supernovas.
Multiplayer block assessed to 141 Hammer Abbey. Ham quickly and dutifully heading to the box to think about what they've done.
And it is Dalek taking lead jammer status, but we do have a little bit of a jammer race.
And Dalek going out, but was hit out by the opposing jammer, so able to come right back in behind.
Ooh.
Oh, Katarina hit a fan of this jammer versus jammer situation. Seems to go quite well for her.
Excellent blocking by Madison. Ooh, a little inside hop for Dalek.
Some beautiful blocking and pack awareness here by LaMarche Madness. Just kind of keeping that head over the shoulder, keeping an eye on the jammer, gliding ever so gently into their path.
Four more points.
Dalek on a tear here. 12 points up so far for the herd. This will be the biggest jam for them this game.
Closing that gap. Sweet 16.
Katarina hit does get through, completes the first scoring pass for North Star this jam. Dalek through on the outside as the jam comes to its natural 2-minute conclusion. 4 points picked up by the Supernovas, waiting for confirmation on the herd. We know it was at least 16. We'll see what our officials have seen. What have your ref eyes seen? Tell me, Brew, what have your ref eyes seen?
And we have the Supernovas calling a timeout. Check out WORT 89.9 FM, your local community radio station, online, on our app, or in person. Be a part of your community radio and volunteer today or tomorrow.
To now.
Mapleton's World of Fun can't wait to introduce you to the greatest store you never knew you always wanted. Head over to the Willie Street to check out their offering of quality vintage and modern toys and pop culture collectibles. Or Customize your own toy in their workshop. Do we have time for another read? I think we do.
Oh, do we though? Look, folks are coming back to the
Okay,
track.
you'll have to wait for the next time out.
Yeah. North Star using the first of their 3 team timeouts for this game. For those not in the know, you get 3 team timeouts per team, per game. You also get 1 official review per half.
If you see on the scoreboard here with the dots,
There are dots that indicate those.
that indicate the timeouts.
We need thank you, Professor Nate. Getting back down to the action on the track. Sasberry jams for North Star in the green up against Amperslam for the Herd in white. And it's Amperslam who's through, but has lost the star cover.
Yeah.
So a little bit of star shenanigans right towards that jam. Had Amperslam lose the hat on their way out of the pack. So we are going to have an official timeout to make sure everything's cool with that. So you know what, Nate? Now we have time for one more.
Usman Law. High interest rates have made paying off credit cards and loans harder than ever. To learn the easiest way to pay things off, visit madtownlawyer.com to schedule a free call with attorney Z. Usman, the finance fixer. He can help you freeze interest, halt repossession, stop foreclosure, and end wage garnishment. Visit madtownlawyer.com. Delta Beer Lab, crafting beer, crafting change.
Oh, so much change and so much beer. It's great. So as we are in the middle of this official timeout, the Herd is at 38 points to North Star's 57. Clock is frozen at 12 minutes and 40 seconds. Frozen, like ice cold.
Better go to the merch table and get one of those blankets.
Far cooler than cool.
Ice cold. Tell us about this, Rich.
Well, it's just really cold.
Oh.
All right, so looks like as the dust settles, no score change. 2 points up for North Star Roller Derby, 0 for the Herd that last jam. We will get into jam 14 of the first half. And it's going to be Barrel Roller back out there wearing the star for the Herd in white against Lemony Kickett for North Star in the green. Oh, Lemony Kickett trying to get through on the outside, but is met with some resistance. Gonna then try to cut onto the inside, but is met with more resistance.
Barrel takes lead jammer status.
We will have North Star losing a blocker to the box.
Lemony kick it out and ready to score some points of their own.
Barrel pushing through to get through on the inside. But the North Star jammers, the North Star blockers are doing that Gumby wall thing they do, where they're just expanding and contracting, being everywhere and nowhere.
Everywhere and nowhere.
Everywhere, but not the nowhere where the jammer is. Everywhere the jammer is. Wherever you go, there they are. I'll be blocking you.
Hailstorm. Katarina hit.
Say a stormy jam. And it's going to be Katarina hit through to take lead jam for the Supernovas. Hailstorm still working on the initial. Has all 3 blockers that are currently on the track for North Star to contend with. Of course, as I say that, the 4th blocker rejoins the pack. We do have a star pass out here for the Herd. Gouda Riddance now with Star in hand, trying to force her way through that green wall of the Supernovas. Now only one to beat, but number 58 green, Saltine, has been a terror out on that track today. Gouda Riddance does get through, threatening to score points, so the jam will be called. Grand total of 8 points for North Star brings their score to 67 to the Herd's 42. We've got 10 minutes remaining in the first half.
We've got Dammit Janet out there. We've got Sasbury out there. Dammit Janet in white for the Herd. Sasbury in green for Supernovas.
We do have a 4-2 pack advantage in favor of the Supernovas. Herd with 2 blockers in the box. The existing blockers doing a great job of holding back Sasbury, but they can't hold her back forever. Sasbury takes that lead jam designation for North Star Roller Derby.
That's right. Well, Dammit Janet still working her way through her initial pass. Got a little bit of a star in hand.
Nice dip to the outside by Sasbury will bring 4 more points to the North Star Roller Derby's coffers. Star has been passed over to La March Madness for the Herd. Back block assessed right at the end of that jam to the pivot for North Star as Kilroy.
Kilroy was here. Lining up on the jammer line. Let's take a little break, shall we?
Yep. The Herd is going to use their official review. So we will bring you the details on that. For those of you unfamiliar with the official review, both here in the stands and out there on the internet.
Tell us, Rich. Tell
Hello,
us.
internet. Let me tell you. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you right now.
Okay.
Should I tell you? You
Yes.
know what? I think everybody knows. No, all right, I'll tell you. So an official review, each team gets one of these per half. You can call that in by just making the little O symbol with your hands. And so the captain and the bench will go into the middle to say, hey, we saw something that happened in that last jam that we think either should have gotten a penalty or had a penalty called, then that shouldn't have been a penalty. So they will plead their case to our officials. Our officials will then go and do what they're doing right now and discuss what the entire team saw based on what the official reviewing team has brought to them. They're going to confer. They're going to say, oh, you know what? I actually did see that. Or no, none of us saw that. And they will bring to us their verdict, and we shall bring it to you.
Do you think do you think sometimes they go into their little huddle there and they decide right away, but then decide to just milk the suspense by just standing there? Hey, you're doing a really good job skating today. Hey, you too.
I mean, I would, and that's probably why they don't let me into those huddles.
Yeah.
So if the officials do decide, oh yeah, no, you're right, the thing that you're asking for, you are correct. We award you the win for this official review. Then that team gets to retain their official review for the half.
You get it back?
You get it back.
Okay.
And that's nice because you
okay.
can't take it with you
to
the second half.
No.
You
can't bank that.
No. You do get a whole new official review to use in the second half. But at most, only 2 official reviews can be won per team. Even if you win 2 in a row, then you don't get it back that next time.
You don't get a third one.
It's like, hey, congratulations. You're paying attention. You passed the test. And, you either get one of your skaters out of the penalty box or one of the opposing ones into them. But hey, I've got a Brew. They're going to tell us some things, and we're going to tell you. And you know it's true because it rhymed.
No call.
Yep. Oh, well,
wanted a
so
track
the herd
Go ahead.
was looking for a track cut penalty on North Star Jammer for that last jam, but they found that the jammer went out, like kind of went down, but only had the one hand
One hand out, both knees in.
Yeah, and that was okay. That is in.
That is okay.
So the no call will stand. The herd loses their official review for the
Heard
half.
that. And we have Radio Smackdown out there skating against Lemony Kick It.
Nice tag team job there by Hammer Abbey and Gouda Riddance, keeping Lemony Kick It from getting through so far. And that's the second recycle on Lemony Kick It so far. Radio Smackdown trying to push through on the inside, almost through, but is going to be knocked to the inside, forced to recycle back a few feet. And that allows Lemony Kick It enough time to get through, takes lead jam for the Supernovas.
Kick it.
Ever wake up late for school? Man, you just don't want to go.
You ask your mom, please.
Still says no.
She's
Back to the action on the track. Lemony Kick It still working on that initial scoring pass.
Nope. Lemony Kick It scoring points.
Oh, yeah, no, the initial scoring pass.
Yeah. Sorry.
Dio just completed the initial pass, now eligible to score points. Folks on the track too busy listening to our witty banter to call it off. Radio Smackdown going to get through to take 4 points, stealing the 4 away. North Star picking up 3. Brings the score to Herd 46, North Star 81. Just under 7 minutes remain to play in the half. Dalek on the track, jamming for the Herd in white, going up against Katarina Hit for North Star in the green. Dalek trying to get an early hit on the opposing jammer. The Katarina Hit already heading to the outside, where the Herd blockers are waiting to, do their thing.
Dalek exterminate.
North Star going to lose a blocker to the box right as one of the other ones comes back, so their pack strength stays the same for the time being. Dalek through, picks up 4 points for the Herd. Katarina Hit also through, doing a nice little turn. Picks up 4 points for the Supernovas. Track awareness there by Dalek will call off the jam. The Herd picks up 7 points that jam. North Star picking up 4. Herd slowly closing the score gap here, 53 to 85.
I see Sasberry out there in green. And I see Amperslam out there in white. Both lining up on the jammer line.
Sasberry wastes no time getting up to the front of the pack, taking lead jam for the Supernovas. Amperslam, though, hot on her heels. So a quick call off there by North Star. I got to say, Nate, I love the little strategy I just saw from North Star's blocking team here. Their pivot ran up to the front in front of the 3 Herd blockers, did just some passive blocking where they just stopped, got in the way of that tripod, and then rejoined their blocking force, staying with the blocker, or staying with the jammer. It was just
really smart play.
It was super slick. Getting into jam number 20 of the first half, Barrel Roller jamming for the Herd up against Lemony Kick It, who's taken lead jam for North Star. Lemony Kick It trying to juke to the outside, but the Herd just going to curdle around them. Say like, no, just you are a part of us now. This is who we are.
Barrel out and eligible to score some points. Lemony Kick It calling it off.
Quick 4-0 jam in favor of North Star. Going to line up for jam number 21.
Katarina hit. Dalek.
I like to imagine that's how they greeted each other on the line just now. Like, Katarina hit. Yes, Dalek. Yeah, yes, quite. All right. Katarina hit through for lead. Dalek right behind. Both jammers coming in fast. Pack settling into the second straightaway. Oh, we'll see. We're going to see 3 points stolen away by the herd. The voguing was, and 0 for North Star. So 3 points snuck away under the nose of North Star by the herd.
Damn it, Janet and Sasbury. Damn it, Janet in white for the herd. Sasbury in green for Supernovas.
Sasbury with a lot of explosive power just gets right through that pack. Takes lead jam for the Supernovas. Herd blockers lie in wait in turn 1. Sasbury, though, able to get through, cuts a little out into the out, right onto the in. 4 points for the Supernovas. Damn it, Janet pushing hard against the defense of North Star up at the front of the pack. But again, this wall for North Star is just so malleable. And their pair blocking is super effective. They are, big hit on Damn It Janet in turn 4, forcing her to recycle all the way back into turn 3. Herd blockers trying to coalesce on the outside to give Damn It Janet a little bit of room. Instead, the Star Pass will go over the heads of North Star. So LaMarche Madness will now activate her jammer powers by putting on the star. Herd will lose melee to the box, one of their blockers. Oh! On 1 foot, Sasbury gets through on the outside. 4 more points up for North Star. LaMarche Madness, jammer of record for the herd, almost through. Oh, nice catch there by the pivot for North Star. It's number 46 hit list. Clearly, LaMarche was on hit list. Big jam for North Star, picking up 12 points to the herd's 4. Brings our score to the herd 60, North Star 104, as we get into the halftime, friends.
All right, we'll be back in 15 minutes, so stick around for the conclusion of North Star Roller Derby versus the herd.
Fantastic opportunity to go and get yourself some merchandising, where the real money from the Derby is made. Also, grab yourself some food. The food carts are open and delicious. The bar is open. The ice cream is cold. But as Nate said, we'll be back here for the second half in just 15 minutes.
And we're back.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here getting ready to get into the second half of North Star Roller Derby, taking on Madison Roller Derby's The Herd here at Udder Chaos 2023. Game 4 on a Saturday.
Game 4 on a Saturday. So we're closing the first day of Udder Chaos 2023.
Yeah.
Tomorrow we have another 3 games, so come back.
Do. So real quick, so who here in the audience has been here for all 4 games? Yeah, ring them cowbells, because if you've been here for 4 games, I think they have to give you a cowbell. Am I right? I'm not right. I'm getting emphatic no's from the merch table. So as we, real quick, before we get into the second half, let's show some love to this official crew for this game.
Team Zebra out there.
We didn't tell you their names because we got into the action so quickly. So this crew, and for this glorious, undefeated referee crew, Dragon Harass, Misinformed, Glutus Catamus, Sadie Masochist, Oxford Coma, Cleo Smack Ya Jones, Silken Tofu, Cordova, Valkyrie, Dragon Harass, on again a name so nice we said it twice. Jezebel O'Kitty, Bippity Boppity Boom, Nick Tater, Sauerkraut, Power Trip, Killer Baker, Havoc, and a Brew. That whistle was Nacho Whistle. However, this next one
is. That was it.
That was it. The whistle for all of us. Amper Slam starting to jam for the Herd in the white up against Sasbury for North Star in the green. Sasbury taking a quick lead jam. Sasbury been a strong performing jammer this game for North Star.
Indeed, very powerful, strong, fast. 3 words that describe Sasbury.
Sasbury threw for 4 more points for North Star.
Everslam out, ready to score some points of her own. Sasbury calling it off.
Gouda Riddance with the rolling series of hits on the North Star jammer there on Sasbury, forcing the call off. 4 points picked up by the Supernovas. Herd held down to 0.
Yeah. Barrel roller. Lemony kick it.
Lemony kicking it into overdrive. A churning mass of blockers in the pack. Herd with position up on the inside, allowing Barrel Roller to sneak right through. Taking lead jam for the Herd. Lemony kick it, finding an open lane on the outside, runs through, completes the initial pass for the Supernovas. Ooh, very close jam there. Barrel calling it off, not able to deny North Star any points, though. North Star picking up 3 to the Herd's 4.
Katarina hit in green. Dalek in white. And it is Dog Doll taking lead jammer status.
Dalek out there looking to exterminate North Star Roller Derby's lead in this game. Katarina hit passing the star over to the North Star pivot number 17, Red Hot Toddy. Yes, in the cold Minnesota winters, nothing keeps you warm like roller derby and a Red Hot Toddy.
Red Hot Toddy picking up 4 points.
Herd manages to pick up a point in that last jam, brings the score to Madison's The Herd, 65, North Star Roller Derby's Supernovas, 118. While the North Star skaters swim through on the track, we've got Gnarly the Narwhal out there skating through the crowd. Hi, Gnarly. Good to see you. Glad you can make it. You're the real hero there in your clearly warm skin. Back to the action on the track, though. Amper slams through to take lead jam for the herd. Sasbury stuck in the pack. Is managing to force out the herd's defense. Only 2 to beat. Oh, but will be forced to the inside by Crystal Ice. Recycling back into turn 1.
We've got a star pass to Kilroy, I bet. Yep.
So we did see Amperslam go to the box. Let's see, that was a track cut penalty. So with that, the herd does lose lead jam. This jam will go for the full 2 minutes. So Kilroy on the power jam. Herd going to do everything they can to slow that forward progress. But Kilroy just pushing the defense out to the zone of engagement. Blockers forced to let her go. Amperslam back on the track. Cutting all the way from the out to the in to find daylight is through for 4 more points.
Jammer and jammer action.
Kilroy coming in to knock Amperslam out to the inside. And then, okay, we're not going to see too far of a jammer run back. But Kilroy now putting those pivot skills, showcasing the blocking skills. So as the dust settles, the herd picks up 7 points to North Star's 9. Brings our score to the herd 72, North Star 127 with 24 minutes remaining to play.
And that is Barrel Roller skating in white, and Lemony Kickit skating in green.
Oh, Barrel Roller almost through on the inside. Takes a little hip check from number 15, Gigi Wiz. That'll allow Lemony Kickit time to get to the front of the pack, sealing away lead jam, and running away with it.
Gouda cycling back, Lemony Kickit.
Good riddance holding it down at the back of the pack. One more recycle on Lemony Kickit will bring the call off. 2 points picked up by North Star that jam. Herd 0. Herd will line up with a 4-3 pack advantage going into jam number 6. Single one of North Star's blockers, the pivot in the box.
All right, we've got Dalek, and we've got Katarina Hit.
Dalek trying to swing around into the inside, but number 14, Judgment Bay, gonna close the door.
I like that name. Saltine circling back.
And Katarina Hit through to take lead for the Supernovas. Dalek still working away at that tripod of North Star at the front of the pack. Will manage to push them outside the zone of engagement, completing the initial pass for the herd. Katarina Hit calling off the jam, a quick 4-0 jam in favor of North Star. That's Crystal Ice out to jam. I'm sorry, no, it's Radio Smacktive out jamming for the herd up against Sasbury for North Star Roller Derby. And it's Radio Smacktive out taking lead for the herd.
Once again, that is Radio Smacktive. Radio Smacktive cycled back.
Sasbury completing the initial pass for North Star. Lots of bodies hitting the floor in the turn 1-2 apex there. But Radio Smacktive getting through for the herd will call off the jam. Going to be a 4-0 jam in favor of the herd. Brings our score to herd 76, 133 for North Star after that jam by Radio Smacktive.
You hear that on the metal roof? That's a hailstorm.
Oh no, my car!
And then skating right next, Lemony Kick It.
Oh, Lemony Kick It tearing apart the defense of the herd, quickly getting up to the front, but they race to catch. Lead still up for grabs as now Hailstorm taking position at the front of the pack. North Star blockers locking down firm, though. Oh, narrowly getting knocked out and missing the lead for his Hailstorm.
Right.
Lemony Kick It taking lead for the Supernovas.
Lemony Kick It saying, "Hail no." Round the outside.
Oh, round the outside. Round the outside. Lemony Kick It picking up 4 points. And so the star has been passed over to the herd pivot Hammer Abbey. And I have to say, Nate, I don't think that this is intentional, but the fact that Hailstorm has a green helmet on, then they remove the helmet cover, right? And all of a sudden, no, I'm green. I'm like, no, North Star, I'm your friend.
It's a
I'm
trick.
Your friend. It's camouflage. That's not what it is at all. 4 points up for North Star. 8 points up for North Star, that jam. We'll start with a single blocker in the box for the herd. North Star with a 4-3 pack advantage. Damn it, Janet jamming for the herd in the white up against Katarina Hit for North Star in the green. Both jammers in roughly the same position in the track as we get into turn 1. And it's going to be Katarina Hit getting through to take lead for the Supernovas. We'll see Wolframmer heading to the box for the herd.
Wolframmer, who, by the way, did my braids.
And they're fantastic, BT Dubs.
Thank you.
Damn it, Janet, looking for some daylight here, but again, those gummy walls of North Star doing a great job of sticking to the jammers for the herd. Damn it, Janet will fight her way through, completing the initial pass for the herd. Katarina Hit through on the inside. Oh, the last moment, LaMarche Madness appears. Will force North Star jammer out. The call is made. 11 points for North Star, 0 for the herd.
We have Sasbury. We have Radio Smacktive. We have some roller derby. Both jammers encountering their match. But who is it? Who is it? It is Sasbury takes lead jammer status.
Oh, Sasbury coming in hot. Tears right through the Herd's defense. Picks up 4 roller derby points for the Supernovas.
Oh, 4 more points.
Sasbury doing a great job of targeting the slightly spread out areas of the Herd's defense. Now crashing right into the middle, the Herd will stay together, but then in comes the offense for North Star. Jam is going to be called. A total of 11 points put up by North Star. Herd with 0, so score now stands the Herd 76, North Star Roller Derby 163, and we are halfway through the second half. Got about 15 minutes remaining to play.
The best roller derby happens in the last 15 minutes of the day.
It's
so
true.
stick around.
It's science.
Lemony kick it. Barrel roller. Kick it on their toe stops, and then going around to the outside, but cycled back by Melee, I believe.
So Lemony kick it with the lead for North Star, but reabsorbed into the pack. Barrel pushing through, 3 to beat, 2 to beat. They are getting very close to the zone of engagement's end. But these North Star blocking pairs, that's Kilroy out there, and oh, your hair is too long, I can't see your number. Aerial assault. Kilroy and aerial assault doing a marvelous job. They're pair blocking, they're holding back Barrel Roller, but Barrel will eventually get through, forcing the call off. Herd does not pick up many points. That Jam waiting for confirmation on what we're going to see from North Star. Looks like that's a 0 as well. Oh, timeout called for by North Star. I think that was Gnarly's doing. I saw you over there, Gnarly, be like, hey, look, we got I'm here. We're hanging out right here. I think we need some Gnarly time.
All right, so my assumption, Rich, my assumption on why it's supernovas and not supernovae is it's a collective it's a collective noun, plural, much like the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Okay. All right.
So I believe that is why they're the supernovas.
That's I accept that as gospel now.
Yep.
Headcanon accepted.
Collective nouns.
I appreciate your words, silly man. So while we do have this game of roller derby ending in, 14 game minutes, the roller derby excitement does not end there.
No, it does not.
We have more games tomorrow, but tonight we have an after party.
After party. Tell them, Rich.
Oh, I'm going to tell them. We have that after party at IO Arcade tonight at 924 Williamson Street to wind down after a long day of derby. Food and drinks will be available for purchase, but for now, derby.
Derby time. And since it is Wisconsin Arcade, there are drinks.
Back to the action on the track. Amperslam jamming for the Herd out in front. Katarina hit for North Star. In the Herd curd at the back. That is what I'm going to call it when all 4 Herd blockers are there from now on.
I think it... Amperslam, lead jammer of note.
Katarina hit, forced to recycle back into turn 1. Amperslam coming around the outside for points. Oh, nice job. Dragging the North Star blockers all the way to the outside of turn 2 and then just running right into the middle. Nice move there by Amperslam, picking up 4 points for the Herd. Katarina hit through, completes the initial pass for the Supernovas. Oh, no. Herd losing a skater to an untied skate. It's quickly back in the action. Jam will be called off by Amperslam. 5 points picked up by North Star Roller Derby. 8 points for the Herd.
Get out your umbrellas, because we've got a hailstorm. Skating.
Sasbury jamming for the Supernovas in the green. Oh, nice chase there by Wolframmer, but Sasbury will break through. Takes lead jam for the North Star Roller Derby Supernovas. And Hailstorm jammer for the Herd. Pushing away at another one of those pair blocking pairs for North Star. As Red Hot Toddy, as well as Guillotina, which is just one of those fantastic derby names. Jam is called off. Herd with 0. North Star squeaking away with 3.
Lining up on the jammer line, we have Dammit Janet in white, number 29. Lining up next to Dammit Janet is Lemony Kickit, number 20, in green.
We do have an official review being called for by North Star. So we'll let y'all know what the details on that official review are once they are brought to us. But in the meantime,
TQ Diamonds, Madison's premier jewelry shopping destination. A family-owned, independent, full-service grocery store, just kidding, jewelry store. TQ Diamonds offers an amazing experience at a fair price, unlike any other jeweler. Specializing in diamonds, engagement, and wedding rings, along with custom design and jewelry repair. TQ Diamonds services and selections make your jewelry buying experience easy and enjoyable. Check us out at tqdiamonds.com today.
so as you were saying, Nate, that bar, that Barcade I.O. where the after party is at, is indeed because, hey, it's Wisconsin. Where don't we like our beer? So yeah, it is a arcade for drinkers with a gaming problem.
That's right. Try any of their custom cocktails or craft beers. Stake out your cabinet with over 70 games to choose from. You can set a new high score on your own or duke it out with friends. And if the screens get too bright, settle down at the bar or grab a board game and claim a table. There's always something to do at I.O.
It's true. It's true. So North Star Roller Derby was looking for a rescission of the skating out of bounds call, or engaging out of bounds call on their blocker. But the call will stand. North Star will lose their official review. So North Star with a single clock stoppage left at their disposal. The Herd sitting on top of 3 team timeouts and an official review. They can stop that clock all day long, or for like 5 minutes.
Or for like 5 minutes.
As we get into Jam 14 of the second half, it is Dammit Janet jamming for the Herd in the white, up against none other than Lemony Kickit for North Star Roller Derby in the green.
Lemony Kickit takes lead jammer status.
Lemony kick it coming in hot. Will be forced to the outside by Hammer Abby. Direction penalty assessed to a North Star blocker. Damn it, Janet through on the initial pass for the Herd. Oh, damn it, Janet coming in fast. Tries for the apex jump, but the jam is called just too early. 4 points for North Star, 0 for the Herd.
And they're off. We have Radio Smacktive, number 238 in white. And we have Katarina Hit, number 1300 in green.
So that's a fun maneuver I've seen the Herd's defense do a few times this game, where their three blockers will kind of guide the opposing jammer to the outside and then break off a few to go to the inside to try to open up a line for their jammer.
Oh, smart.
And so, like, sometimes it's worked. That time it didn't. North Star getting wise to their shenanigans. So Katarina Hit through for 4 points for the Supernovas.
Four more points. Katarina Hit.
Star pass for the Herd. See Wolframmer donning the star. And Katarina Hit looking over the shoulder, keeping an eye on where that jammer is. Calls off the jam before any damage can be done by the Herd. That is 12 points for North Star.
There's now a 100-point deficit between these two teams.
Barrel roller jamming for the Herd. Whoop. A bit of a false start situation here. That'll send.
That'll send Sasbury to the penalty box.
Yeah, so power jam here for Barrel Roller and the Herd. Number 19 for the Supernovas, Karen, getting all up in the business of Barrel Roller. Herd trying to kind of wrap around, like use their curd power offensively to curd around Barrel. However, the North Star blockers able to break them curds up. Barrel Roller will get through, picks up 4 points.
Sasbury with a track cut heading to the penalty box.
And North Star going to lose another blocker to the box on a track cut. Barrel Roller taken down on the outside of turn 2. Will call off the jam from the floor. Picks up 6 points total for the Herd. North Star with 0, and that does freeze North Star's jammer and a single blocker in the box as we get into jam 18. And we've got an official timeout on our hands here, friends. Want to make sure our clocks, all of our numbers are correct. Very quick official timeout.
Amper Slam with the power start.
Oh, Amperslam trying to run that inside line, but just a last-minute hip check by Red Hot Toddy. Get a recycle. Amperslam once again up at the front, just Toddy to beat. Will get through. Lead jam goes to the herd.
Sasbury through their initial pass.
Pack moving fast. Good riddance, knocking number 17, Red Hot Toddy, out nearly into our outside pack ref, Havoc. But everybody's back on track. Amperslam through for 4 points for the herd. Sasbury threw for 4 points of their own.
Sasbury through the outside and then through the inside. Gets through, picks up 4 points.
Amperslam taking a little slip on the inside on turn 2. Does give just enough time for Red Hot Toddy. And one other blocker whose number flew by far too fast. Gonna see North Star lose another blocker to the box for a destruction call. Gravity a little extra heavy here in turn 3. See what I mean?
Yeah.
Amperslam pushing through for the full 2 minutes. We'll see the herd come away with 12 points for that jam. North Star Roller Derby just barely eking out the win on that jam with 16. Score stands at the herd 102, North Star Roller Derby 203. 101 points separate these two teams with 3 minutes, 30 seconds remaining to play. Oh, looks like there was a little bit of debris on the track, but oh, did your battery die? Oh no, your microphone's battery died, Nate. Here, the box is right here. Don't worry, I got this. Lemony Kick It out there jamming in the lead for the Supernovas. Hailstorm working on it for the herd. I'm gonna have North Star losing a blocker to the box. That's number 15, Gigi Wiz. Both these jammers pushing hard. The pack really clustering up in turn 2. Both jammers will pop on through. Lemony Kick It out in the lead. Oh, Lemony Kick It coming in hot, smashes into the pack, calls off the jam. It'll be 7 points up for North Star, 0 for the herd.
Hey, Rich, if you're replacing the batteries, mute the mic.
Yeah.
It does this.
It's fun sounds. For a second, I was like, who's coughing into a random microphone? That's rude. Oh, it's...
But anyway, we're back.
Yeah, we're back. We do have a team timeout being called for by the herd. They have frozen the clock at 2 minutes, 18 seconds remaining to play. Score stands at the herd 102, North Star Roller Derby's Supernovas 210. So by the rules of roller derby, it is entirely possible that this next jam number 19 of the second half, will be the last jam. The only way that could happen, though, is we get 30 seconds between jams. So this jam would have to go 2 minutes and some change because we got we'd have to go 2 minutes, maybe a little less, and then nobody would have to stop the clock. I bet we get one more jam after this, is the point.
Katarina hit, and damn it, Janet. Damn it, Janet! Lead jammer status for the herd.
The road was long, but she jammed it. It's a Rocky Horror reference. I'm sorry.
I get it.
As the pack enters the high gravity zone of turn 3, we see Katarina Hitt getting through for 4 points. Damn it, Janet being just pinballed around in the pack, but continuing to press forward. Managing to just slowly but surely push those North Star blockers out of the zone of engagement. They do have to let her go. 4 points up for Damn it, Janet.
Kilroy cycling back, damn it, Janet. Damn it, Janet calling it off. And with under a minute left, we have at least one more jam.
That's right. We do, once the period clock expires, we will still respect the jam time. The only thing that can stop the jam is the lead jammer. Or the jam timer once it gets to, 2 minutes. But let's not talk about that
Let's
right
not talk
now.
about that. It's a tale of two jammers, Sasbury and Radiospective. Sasbury takes lead jammer status. Radiospective still working her way through her initial pass. Sasbury picking up 4 points for the Supernovas.
Sasbury just such a fast and nimble jammer, able to get around the Herd's defense. And North Star's offense doing a great job of keeping those lanes open as well. With that, the period clock has expired. The jam will be called. That'll bring us to the end here. We're going to wait for official final confirmation of what our score is.
But you know what? We don't have to wait for. We don't have to wait to say, thank you for coming out to Udder Chaos 2023 Day 1.
Woo! We made it, friends.
Come back tomorrow. And our official final score, North Star Roller Derby 226 to the Herd's 108. Give it up for both teams. Head on out to IO Arcade, and I'll see you tomorrow. I've been Assassinate.
And I continue to be Rich Mahogany. I hope you all join us at noon tomorrow for North Star Roller Derby versus Brew City Bruisers.
I can't wait.
And then more derby after that. But if you're not done tonight, meet us down at IO for the after party. But until then,
Until then,
thank you. Good night.
good night.